Madam Director, I can't remember, is the superintendent excused today?
No, Mr. Chairman, the
Oh,
superintendent is on via Zoom. She'll have to
via Zoom.
check out for a little bit, but she'll be in and out, but she is on right now.
Okay, thanks. Welcome, Superintendent. Madam Director, I see everyone else is here, so I think it's, I think for the record, we can say we have a full quorum, full board.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend the board convene as the State Loan and Investment Board first, and the Wyoming Business Council has a matter that's first up.
Thank you, Madam Director. For members of the board, I'm going to declare a conflict on this Business Council matter. One of the investors in this is a dear friend and somebody I've known for all of his life, and so I'm going to step back from this matter and turn it over to my good friend and colleague, the Secretary of State. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor, Mr. Chairman. And so who's up first there from the Business Council is on the screen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Secretary. This is Josh Durrell, CEO of the Wyoming Business Council, and members of the board. There is one matter that we can take care of prior to diving into the particulars of that Business Ready Communities grant and loan project, and that is the approval, for your consideration, the approval of the June 3rd, 2021 State Loan and Investment Board minutes that we've attached as well.
Okay, thank you, Josh. And I see on the agenda we have the minutes of the August 5th. No, I'm sorry, that's not right. Just the June 3rd, 2021 minutes.
That's correct, sir.
So may I have a motion, if everyone's reviewed those minutes, a motion to approve the June 3rd, 2021 minutes of our Wyoming Business Council meeting?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
And may I have a second?
On this one, Mr. Chairman, I think I can second this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that second. Any discussion on the minutes? All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? All right, the June 3rd, 2021 meeting minutes have been approved. Okay, take it from there, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Secretary. And members of the board, there is one more item that I would like to cover before I turn things over to Julie Kozlowski, who will go through this application, I believe. And that is that this is the last Slib board meeting that Julie Kozlowski will, we're hoping not, but we are pretty sure she's retiring in early next year. And so she won't be able to attend the next Slib meeting. So I wanted to take just a moment, if I could, and thank her for her service and make sure that folks had a chance to say thank you as well. And I guess, I've been in this role for a little over a year and a half now. And Julie has been just such a great mentor to me to help me understand and navigate the world of government and these meetings like this. And all of the fumbling that I might do in these meetings is not a reflection on her teaching, but rather a reflection of me as a student. She has been fantastic. And I think in every way, in every meeting that I see her in, she's just very articulate. She understands how to work through the system. And she also understands really how to bring her team along. And I think you'll see that in the materials that she presents and the team as it moves forward, as she departs and truly rides off into the sunset, and not on the back of a horse, but on a motorcycle. She and her husband have some pretty interesting and great plans for retirement. And in addition to Julie's work that she's done with the state of Wyoming since 1995, in the Office of Federal Land Policy with Governor Sullivan as a policy analyst, she's just done a tremendous amount of work in every single way for the Wyoming Business Council since, I believe, 2004. She took a slight departure but we won't hold that against her for leaving the state for a little bit. She came back, and that's great. But she really has, she's put her mark on many of our programs, and the communities around the state truly should be, and I think are indebted to her service because of the amount of work she's put in and the projects that she's done for the communities. And so in addition to all of that, there are a couple of things about Julie. I think the motorcycle thing is pretty exciting and going to be fun, but she's also someone who really cares about car stereos. And so she likes to play her music loud. And so that's the first thing she looks for. So if you hear a car coming down the street with a loud stereo, it might just be Julie Kozlowski. Julie, thanks for all of your service. And I just want to give a moment to the members of the board to spend a little time telling Julie what you think too.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Durrell. And I don't know if Mr. Chairman, Governor, if you'd like to make some comments on Julie's impending retirement, but.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very much appreciate that. Julie, I had forgotten that this would be your last meeting. It seems impossible that could be the case. You have been such a stalwart and such a valuable member of this incredible effort that Business Council has made. I really appreciate the wisdom with which you have, I think, both presented to us, and as a fledgling treasurer, I have to say how much I appreciated your training me, on exactly the value of the Business Council, and have been just such a remarkable resource to Wyoming throughout your entire career. So thank you very, very much. I'm sorry we don't have you here to take the customary picture with this board, but we'll have to try to make arrangements, perhaps over a beer or something at some point, just to thank you properly for all your time. Thanks.
Thank you, Governor. And I'd take you up on that beer.
And just briefly, I would say the same thing. When I was appointed in the spring of 2018, I relied heavily on you, Julie, to help me, learn the ropes as far as the Business Council was concerned. And you were always a wealth of knowledge and always very prompt and thorough in answering questions. And so you are a very valued asset to the Business Council, obviously, and to the state of Wyoming. And I appreciate your service very much. It meant a lot to me personally, and you helped me tremendously. So thank you. And maybe I'll see you out on the highway on your motorcycle.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'll just be the one on the back listening to the stereo turned up.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I would echo, as being a new board member, Julie has just been phenomenal at, Julie, you've participated in a lot of learning curves, and I apologize for that, but we are grateful for that. And you're so kind and patient, and, and just thank you. Thank you for helping us learn our jobs.
My pleasure.
Mr. Treasurer.
Julie, I'd just like to thank you for your professionalism, and that I think when I'm talking about public employees, I think that ranks right up at the top. Really, your attitude toward the process and your personality, it really makes the day go a lot easier when you've got somebody that you enjoy working with. And so thank you for that pleasurable time while I have been on the board.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Mr. Chairman.
Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And nothing is left unsaid by my colleagues. I echo everything that they've said, but also as a relative veteran to this process and this group, I just want to add, it's been really amazing to watch you grow professionally as well. And so I have appreciated, maybe contributing a little bit of that as the auditor said. I apologize for the learning curve that we were on, but we were able to watch you grow professionally as well, and it's been really amazing and instilled confidence in the decisions that we make. So thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Well, with that, I guess we'll get back on the agenda, and we've got one project on the business ready community portion of the agenda today, and that's City of Torrington's project. And so whoever from the Business Council would like to kick us off with that, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I will give you just a bit of description on this project. First, let me share with you that the BRC account presently has just above $32 million available. The quarterly allocation for this quarter is $8,039,154. And for your decision-making, there are 4 pending applications for the next quarter, and they total $3.3 million. With that, I would just describe to you that the City of Torrington is requesting $3 million in grant, $3 million in loan for the construction of a feed mill, warehouse, and retail store for M. Lazy Heart. The location of the project is 12 acres in the East Side Industrial Park, owned by the City of Torrington. Feed mill is projected to have capacity to produce 65,000 tons a year. The owners, Paul and Christine Miller, have lived in Torrington for about 20 years. They have been getting their feed outside of Wyoming, but it is not meeting their quality expectations. They began exploring how they could serve their own needs and other ag producers in obtaining quality feed. The Millers anticipate at least 80% of their production will be sold outside the region. A facility of this size with this type of technology does not currently exist in Wyoming. To verify this, staff did contact the Department of Agriculture. Feed mills are not licensed. The Department of Agriculture does certify the scales that are present at feed mills. So to the knowledge of the Department of Ag and the WBC staff, no facility exactly like this currently exists in Wyoming. Another component of this project is locally sourced feedstock. The Millers anticipate using as much as 30% of the feedstock in their facility that would be produced locally in corn, oats, and barley. They are exploring soybeans with local producers. They're not currently produced in any quantity in the southeast region of Wyoming, but they are exploring possibilities for mobile roasters that would make producing soybeans viable. Staff evaluated this project in 4 ways: job quality, company strength, community engagement, and state considerations. As we began to look at this project, the jobs and the wages were probably the area of concern that we really felt we had to focus on. But as we analyzed the project, it became apparent that it actually was a strong spot in this project. They plan to create 19 full-time employees by year 5. The typical employer in Torrington and Goshen County employs 1 to 4 positions. All positions created are above the national industry average of $15 per hour and above the county median wage by year 5. In terms of agriculture, the county median wage is an aggregate of all occupations, and that's what we use as a consistent reference across projects. If you look at just the agriculture sector, the average, the wage is $13.84 per hour. So these wages fall well above that at the lowest wage starting at $17.24 an hour. All positions will be benefited, And this project is aligned with the agricultural-based economy. And staff also believes there's sufficient and appropriately skilled local workforce available. As we looked at the company, we found that their business plan and financials did not raise any concerns. They have a high potential for national market with their show feed. They currently raise and market show cattle across the nation. The ranch is a nationally recognized source of quality show cattle for genetics and has produced winners circle champions at major shows across the country. Company owners are experienced and they're knowledgeable in the industry. And we found that they had a positive relationship with local lenders. The City of Torrington is the sponsor of this application. They have a good track record with the Wyoming Business Council. This project aligns well with their local economic and community development goals. It would bring jobs to the community that they have already a workforce that is familiar with the agriculture industry. And of course, it provides that extra bit of potential income to local producers. State considerations included the direct and indirect effects of this project, and we found this project to have an economic impact return on investment of about 4.47 years to recoup the BRC investment. There's the increased potential for additional income for local producers as they would receive a bit higher price for their crops and would find some savings in transportation costs. The additional income to local producers and cost savings in transportation was not figured into that economic impact ROI, so that 4.47 years might be reduced if that had been included. The BRC funds in this project are well leveraged. They're just about 1/3 of the total project costs. And the revenue recapture on this project would include about $4.7 million back to the Business Ready Community account with the repayment of the loan and 25% of the BRC grant. The other 75% of the BRC grant, or $2.25 million, would remain with the City of Torrington for future economic and community development endeavors. Staff clearly sees how this project helps further develop an ecosystem within a core industry, that being the agriculture sector in Goshen County. And it aligns with the state's economic development strategy by adding value to a core industry, drives innovation to create new markets. There's a possibility of increasing domestic markets as well as possibly international markets, and it encourages new technology. The Attorney General has issued a clean opinion in that they believe the project meets all statutory and constitutional requirements. The Board of Directors for the Wyoming Business Council unanimously recommends funding as requested. If this board is inclined to approve funding, then staff recommends that no BRC funds be dispersed until staff has received and reviewed the final signed copy of the private investment agreement. And with that, staff is happy to answer any questions. I believe we have members of the community and the business as well that can speak to the project.
Thank you, Julie. Any questions from the board to the staff regarding the project? Mr. Treasurer, please go ahead.
And I guess this is kind of a historical thing. As we go out in the communities and we try to increase our economic development, sometimes I'm just wondering if you've ever considered a structure where there was a partial non-compete clause, where you have different businesses that don't necessarily compete head to head in a market, but may have overlap. More or less like I guess a truck stop versus a a come and go or a convenience store. The convenience store doesn't fill up semis, but a truck stop does, but they do have some competition in other areas. I'm just curious as to, as we move out, I think in economic development efforts, we're gonna come across more and more potential economic development considerations that's gonna have overlap. I think one of the main things when we are considering the business council and its development originally and from time to time, even in funding, that's one of the issues that comes up. And I'm wondering whether or not you guys have ever considered that issue, is how to mitigate it.
Julie?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, so the staff of the Business Council does consider competition when we evaluate projects. And to your direct question about have we considered a partial non-compete clause, we have not. We would be happy to do that, but we do evaluate what impact a project would have on local businesses. And in this particular case, staff was unable to get direct business information from the other feed mill in town, which is fine. I mean, they certainly have that prerogative as a private business not to share their information, and we respect that. But it also doesn't allow us to take a direct look at customers that might overlap, numbers of, how much feed is produced, the things of that nature. Our best assessment of this project is that it is of a different scale with different markets, and that there will not be much change, if any, in the local market that both businesses currently serve. That really this investment is in that mill that provides a capacity to reach beyond Wyoming's borders, and with an amount that is filling a niche in the market. So we were not unaware of the competition issue. We did consider it and just felt like we made the best decision that we could with the information that we had.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
I'm wondering what information that I guess is given in this process, can any of it be, I guess, remain private? It seems like there can be some, confidential information that necessarily you would need to make decisions, but is there any process or statutory or other authority that would allow you to, I guess, enter into, I guess, have information that the sender of that information could request that it only be used for specific purposes and not be public?
Yes, sir. We do have the ability to review business information and keep that confidential. I mean, that's an assurance that we give to businesses that interact with us. That being said, there's a certain amount of this that has to be public, and so the businesses that seek the assistance of the Wyoming Business Council are willing to really open themselves up to a very public process. So even though, they share financial information and things of that nature that we keep close to the vest because we respect their privacy. We can't do that with all particulars about their business because the very fact that they're seeking public funds means that they have to be forthcoming with some information. So, you know, it's a bit of a fine line, and we walk that carefully.
Just one more question, Mr. Chairman, and I think I'll have a pretty good picture painted in what the possibilities might be. As a business council, or do you have the opportunity to now or in the future use a arbitrator process or a third party process where there seems to be some kind of a log jam that might need some alternative type of a negotiation?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, I can't recall that we've utilized that process, and I think I would have to ask our representative in the Attorney General's office what that would look like if they would offer those types of services to the Business Council, or how that would work. I'm not able to actually address that directly.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Any other questions from the board? I had a question regarding the competition aspect of the analysis when we try to make these decisions. And I guess I hear a little bit of maybe not all information was available from existing companies so as to be able to compare adequately whether or not there would be true competition. Is that a fair statement or an accurate statement?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I believe that's accurate. Okay.
And just a follow up to that is I wasn't here. I want to say it was in 2016, but I know that in the past, the Business Council has had projects that maybe were controversial because of the competition aspect of the deliberation. And I think there was maybe a project on the western side of the state. And I guess I want to have a little bit of a discussion on when the Business Council does have all the pertinent information. How do you weigh the competition factor in making a decision when you may have businesses that are, let's say they're within the state, but not in the same geographic location as the applicant, versus times when you have companies that are in the same location? How does that weigh into the discussion and the analysis in light of the public purpose element that we have to meet? So I understand in this situation, maybe we can get some more information regarding the nature of these two businesses in this particular case, but in the past, how does competition play into your analysis?
Mr. Chairman, so I think I still have some PTSD from that project you're referencing, but it's difficult because every business through every local government in the state can avail themselves of this program. And so that's the first step, is that, when a project comes forward and there's concern about it, we can't forget that anybody could have used it. Some exercise that potential and some don't. But as far as within an industry, staff looks to see, are there direct pieces like two products on the shelf sitting next to each other? How how are things going to be marketed and sold? Are they going to bring new dollars into the state or just recirculate the dollars that exist in a particular piece of the pie? In this case, we saw that, yes, there is a similar product being produced. It already exists in terms of 2 feed stores, but the piece that this brings that we did not feel was a competition was that outside of the state, regional sales, that the existing feed mill doesn't have that capacity to do. And so we felt like we addressed the competition piece in that, you know, the 2 feed stores that currently exist are both doing okay, and that's probably not going to change. What would change is the capacity to address a regional need. So it varies case by case, but we try to look at, you know, what are the industry regulations that oversee a particular business type, and then how does that play into how they're able to market or not, and is our infusion of public assistance going to give someone an unfair advantage? And you know, there have been cases where we felt like that was definitely the case. The case you mentioned is one that didn't ever come to fruition because of that. But in this case, we don't believe that that's true. And I guess if Josh or our chairman, Kim DeVore, is on the meeting as well, if they have anything to add, I would welcome that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I might add in, during the board deliberation and public comment period of that, there was a question directly asked to the gentleman representing one of the mills who would be claiming to have competition. And one of the questions was about how much overlap there was and capacity to produce the same types of feed, and as well as a direct question about how much that business would be impacted and customers that would be lost by this. And the gentleman, and this is completely within his right, opted not to disclose that and hold that as ultimately a trade secret, or at least to keep that company confidential. And so, you know, we did work to ascertain that information. We are basing it on what we know about the intent of the millers to put that feed out regionally, and 80% of it going outside of the region, as well as just an understanding of the different scale that these companies operate at. But it was a question that was addressed directly by the chairperson of our board, Kim DeVore, and the gentleman opted not to answer that. So I just want to make sure that that's clear to the board as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durrell. Is it your understanding, or was it the board's understanding that the existing mill and the proposed new mill, and I think Julie already mentioned, I mean, there is a retail, both have retail stores where they compete now. So we know that they offer many of the same products. We do know that. But what you're speaking to is more of capacities. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I believe we are, and I'll allow Julie or other members of our team to chime in if they've got more specific information. Definitely about capacity, and then just these new lines of feed. That capacity is a big component of that, and the amount of feed. I guess the difference that we see and hear from this project is that in one instance, it's loading up feed in the back of your pickup truck. In the instance of the project that is being proposed, it's more like the back of a semi, and a much higher capacity.
But I would just follow up with that. What I heard in the introduction, though, of this was not only manufacture, but also retail sales. And so would not the project as it stands today still compete on that smaller capacity level where you pull up and you can get, 100 bags of cake, in the back of your pickup from this mill that is proposed? You can also do that at the existing place. And so I'm just trying to get an idea of what the competition really is here, because it sounds like they will produce a lot of the same feedstock with the exception of a few specialty items that aren't produced now locally. They have to be imported in and sold retail that way. So anybody else have any comments? Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah. Just I guess kind of a direct question is that would you think that if most of this is going to be freight, because I think both companies get their source product from out of state to a great deal of extent, except for some of the bulk products. And I've heard what you said as far as that one mill is going to be selling semi-load lots and the other mill is going to be selling pickup load lots. But I would believe that the new mill would also be selling pickup load lots. And there would be a somewhere around a $30, $35 a ton advantage for the new mill if they are both getting, assuming they are both getting their current feedstocks in Colorado. So the new mill would have about maybe that's too high. I know that it costs about $25 a ton to get alfalfa from our farm down to Fort Collins. And I would think that it probably would be at least $35 a ton to get feed from Denver to Torrington a ton. And so there's the competitive advantage is $35 a ton. And we're spending $6 million as a state to give one business a $35 a ton advantage in the local market. Now, that's all well and fine. I think it's a capitalist country. I support it 100%, but we're not talking about capitalism here in this project. We're talking about state funds. That's closer to socialism than capitalism. So if we are getting into this situation, and we're essentially empowered to do that, I think that we do have to take a close look at the details. And I think that we can craft that the parties could craft a very simple non-compete clause that's limited in certain areas. And I think there's some synergies if this plant gets in there to actually for these people to be have business alliances rather than a competitive thing. I think that the mill in the long run would be a good thing for the local economy as you guys have put forward. But it's getting an agreement beforehand before we put in place a competitive advantage of one business over another. I don't want to be in the area of picking winners and losers, but I'm looking forward, Mr. Chairman, to the information that we can get from both the businesses and the community. There's people for this, there's people against it. At some point in time, I hope it can move forward, but I'm not quite convinced right now. And so I'm looking for information that will we'll, I guess, sort the matter out a little bit clearer.
All right,
Mr.
thank you.
Chairman.
If there are no specific questions to the folks at the Business Council, or no more questions, I'd like to move on to public comment. And then at that time, after that, I would entertain a motion on this, and then we can have a more general discussion at that point in time. So I would like to, unless there's anything else from the Business Council anybody that wants to address, or anyone from the board that has a question for the Business Council, I'd like to move on to public comment on this, because I'm sure looks like there's a lot of people on the line there. And I would say we have a busy agenda today. So you can say a lot in just a couple of minutes. So I'm going to limit you to 2 minutes, so that we can kind of move through this in an expeditious manner. So anyone on the line that would
Mr. Chairman.
raise your hand for, Josh has
Mr.
another
Chairman,
comment
just
real quick.
just before we conclude, I do want to make sure our Kim DeVore, our co-chair of our board, had her hand raised, and I just want to make sure that if she had anything to add, that she would be able to do so.
All right, my apologies on that. With the electronic stuff, we have to kind of see your virtual hand raised, and if you're on the screen, you're at the very back of the room or over to the side. So I apologize for that. So Ms. DeVore, if you were on, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the back of the room is normally where I belong, so that is okay. Thank you. I want the board to know that our board took all of your concerns and these matters to a serious discussion level since committee. We are incredibly sensitive to unfair competition. That's not our role. We recognize that. Julie explained in the past, there's been times where we didn't bring things forward because of that. So in this particular instance, I would like to point out, and obviously M. Lazy Heart Feed will be able to explain this better, but I would like to point out that at this point, they are sourcing what they consume, what they use in their operations. They are sourcing out of state. They are now at their third or fourth out of state mill, trying to source what they need for their particular niche. This is not a product that they are sourcing in our state. So creating this mill is going to allow our state to compete against out-of-state mills in a much more advanced technology standpoint. So I'd like to make sure that that is clear. And that's a really important component. There is belief that Nebraska, Colorado, our entire region would have better access to what they are demanding on a specialty basis than what they currently have with this mill, and it would be coming out of Wyoming. There is the capability in this mill to have a custom feed recipe done. That is impossible in Wyoming right now, to have a highly specialized, customized mix. So this isn't a direct competition. I'd also like to point out, as I'm sure it won't surprise you, Ms. Kozlowski has thought well ahead of the rest of us and has built into the contract that the retail arm of this operation will not be able to buy the product any less expensive than anyone else purchasing it, which means their direct competitor in town has every opportunity to purchase from the mill at the same price they would. And that's also a delineating factor that was important to us. So we have spent a lot of time and energy doing the best we can to look into that competition factor, because we agree with you, that's not the state's role.
Any questions for Ms. DeVore? then I see, I believe I see the Goshen Economic Development folks there. And I'd also like to kind of prioritize for Z&W Mill and M. Lazy Heart, so we get all the information we need up front, and then maybe follow that with the general public comment. If you can, of course, if their hand isn't raised, then all right. So who do we have? Do we have one of those?
This is Christine and Paul Miller, and we're here with the Economic Development Group in Torrington. I will say that Paul and I prepared some information for you today that we had, it was about 6 minutes. We've just X'd out some pieces, so we'll be as quick as we can. But we want to tell you today about some key differences between what we're intending to do and what's currently available, not only here in Goshen County, but within the whole state.
And just, I'm going to interrupt you for just a second, and I'm just going to say for you and for Z&W, I'm not going to, the 2 minutes doesn't apply. That's just for general public comment. So take the time you need, and Z&W will have that luxury as well.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And we thank the entire board for your consideration today. We're Paul and Christine Miller. We're the owners and operators of Miller Cattle and Feed Yards, of M. Lazy Heart Ranch, and M. Lazy Heart Feeds. We've been in business in Wyoming since 1997. We appreciate your time, and we know you have a lot of the information. So keeping that in mind, we're going to cover a few key points to explain why our project should be approved. Our proposed mill is different than any other in the state of Wyoming for the following reasons. We're very different in the size and scope of the feed mill. We will manufacture texturized feeds, complete feeds for all livestock species, processed grains, pelleted feeds, type B medicated feeds, range mineral, and high rock, low inclusion feedlot supplements. The last 3 items on that list are part of what makes us different. None of these can be produced in Wyoming currently and are imported every day. To reiterate, no mill in the state currently produces range mineral, type B medicated feeds, or high rock feedlot supplement. We would be able to do so and would focus on these products. We will not make cow cake as Z&W currently does. This mill would be able to produce 65,000 tons of product annually. This makes us different. We will operate a highly automated mill with a micro machine to ensure precision mixing of even the most minute inclusion rate of ingredient. This makes us different. The precision mixing is different.
We're also very different in the market that our products will cover. Our market will differ in both the products offered and the geographical region they're sold into. One of the goals this feed mill will allow us to accomplish is to take our regionally accepted show cattle feed line to the national stage. Selling feed on national market makes us different. Feedlot supplement and type B medicated feeds will be able to be marketed from southeast Montana to the Panhandle, Nebraska, Wyoming, and northern Colorado. According to numbers provided us by Land O'Lakes Purina, the feedlot supplement portion of this alone, there's 174,000 potential tons available to be sold in this region. Currently, none of this product is produced in the state of Wyoming. The numbers supplied us by Purina also identified a potential 256,000 tons of manufactured feed needed for the brood cows in this area. A large portion of this 256,000 tons comes from range mineral. Range mineral currently cannot be made in the state of Wyoming. Our ability to manufacture range mineral, type B medicated feeds, and feedlot supplements makes us different than any other mill in Wyoming. Another significant difference that this mill project makes is in the area of economic impact. Construction of this mill will positively affect basis for corn, oats, barley, wheat, and potentially soybeans in the area. Basis is the only part of a commodity market that's determined by local supply and demand. We will increase demand for these crops, therefore increasing commodity basis for Wyoming farmers, specifically Goshen County. As the Business Council said, a conservative estimate of employees by year 5 will create jobs for 19 new employees. We'll pay between $70,000 and $100,000 a year in Goshen County property taxes. We'll collect sales tax on all taxable items sold in the store. The overall impact on Goshen County over a 10-year period is approximately $165 million. This number is provided us by a study conducted by the Goshen County Economic Development Group. All these impact numbers make us difference. This is a big project with a bigger impact from the agricultural hub of Wyoming. We're talking about how our mill will be different, but let's step back a second and talk about how the current operations are the same. We're the same as several other retail feed sellers in the area. Our feed store competes with Baumgart's, Panhandle Co-op, Westco, and Z&W Mill every day of the week. We sell the same type of products. We all source most of these products from outside of the state. Our feed mill makes this scenario different. Letters of support have been provided by Panhandle Co-op and Westco, two of our competitors, retail competitors. They state an approximate number of tons that they would bid at our mill to be manufactured in year one of operation. This mill provides opportunity for regional feed sellers, regional retail feed sellers, to source product from the state of Wyoming rather than from outside the state, whether it be rangemen or from outside of the state, COB outside of the state. All these products can be made here and sourced from this mill. Lastly, on the topic of economic impact, which you all know, the grant and loan package we're discussing today would go to the city of Torrington. Our lease agreement with the city recaptures all the loan portion with interest. The grant portion recaptured is split between the city and the business council, and the city of Torrington officials will have this funds to use for future economic development.
In conclusion, we live in a feed milling desert. The need is great and the opportunity is greater. We want to take this huge step to provide feedstuffs to Wyoming and surrounding area livestock producers while utilizing local commodities and local workforce. The 2019 beef cluster study done by Orbis for the Wyoming Business Council identified that 96% of manufactured animal feeds in 2018, which equates to over $52 million in purchases, were imported into Southeast Wyoming. And Lazy Heart Feeds wants to turn Wyoming into a feed exporter instead of an importer. We believe our proposed project aligns with the goals of the city of Torrington, with the goals of the Goshen County Economic Development, and with the goals of the Wyoming Business Council to develop value-added ag business in this area. Please do what is best for Torrington. Please do what is best for Goshen County, and please do what is best for Wyoming while putting aside local politics. We also have David Briggs, CEO and president of Westco, that's based in Alliance, Nebraska, on the line today that can zoom in. And we'd like him to speak to the need for a mill of this size and scope in the area. And we point out that Westco is indeed one of our retail competitors, but would utilize the mill to source product for their retail stores. And after David Briggs gives his statement, if we would be available for questions at that time.
Any questions for Paul and Christine, and then we can call on David and people from Westco and Panhandle if they wish to. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have two questions. The first is, your plan is to have this mill be fairly automated. So could you help me understand the jobs that are projected to be created, what those positions will be doing, and where you would expect to source those individuals from?
So thank you. So the mill will be automated, but making feed is almost as much of an art as it is a science. It will be automated to a high extent, but someone still needs to sit and watch those machines, operate the machines, pick a pellet up, bite it, test for hardness, test for moisture. There'll be numerous lines going on, things happening in this plant at one time. There could be a guy watching the pellet mill and making pelleted feed, while there's another two guys over working on a texturized feed line, making show animal feed or a calf starter or a COB, as well as somebody putting extra hand ads into a mixer in the middle of the mill, which is the heart of it. There'll be a stationary mixer with scales under it. There'll also be a flaker in this mill to steam flake grains. There'll need to be somebody watching that machine and making sure it's operating correctly. You know, and then you get past that, you got a person or two out in the warehouse moving pallets around, wrapping pallets. You've got people stacking bags on pallets. You got somebody in charge of the loadout. You've got somebody sitting in the brains in the operator room of this mill, watching all the screens, accepting incoming commodities, making sure they're getting in the right bin. You've got somebody out in the line that loads out bulk feed, opening gates and loading bulk feed on trucks. So there's numerous things that people need to do besides keeping the floor clean and keeping dust off the walls and keeping it sanitary. You know, there's lots of things that a computer can't do that will need to be done. We hope to source the majority of these people local. You know, we will hire a manager for the feed mill. Is there an experienced feed mill manager in Goshen County at this time? I sure hope there is. We'll hire them if they are and if they meet qualifications. But our plan is to support as much local jobs as we can, hire as many people local.
Mr. Chairman, quick follow-up. And I believe I saw in the information, I just wanted to confirm, you expected all of those positions to be benefited?
Yes, ma'am.
And then one other question, sort of looking 3 to 4, 5 years down the road when this might be up and running in the way you anticipate, you talked about all the products that are not available right now. What percentage of your overall output will those products that are not available now in Wyoming represent, as opposed to things you might be producing, you know, because you're a mill, but that are available now? And I hope that question makes sense.
Yes.
That does make sense. And I mean, of course, it's an estimate, but I would say at least 90% of those products would be things that would be newly produced in the state of Wyoming at this mill that aren't currently, because the feedlot business through the North Platte River Valley is huge. That feedlot supplement, that dry feedlot supplement, has to come in from a distance. We're going to focus on that. Our show feed line that we have to have manufactured, as mentioned, in the third mill now out of state that is still not to our qualifications. I mean, that's one of our intents, is to take that line nationally, and we can't take that line nationally until we have the quality that it needs to be to put our name on it and market it that way. So when you take the things that we plan to focus on, I would say 90%.
Thank you.
Mr. Treasurer.
Well, nice to see you guys today. I guess one of the questions I've got is Z&W the only mill in the general area here, or are there other mills? I heard there was one down in Morrill that was having difficulties, but what other mills are local?
So the other local mill, Treasurer, yes, there is a mill in Morrill, Nebraska. It's called Sinamco Mills, owned by outfit out of Wisconsin or Minnesota, I believe. We actually did get our show feed made at this mill. We actually used to purchase some cake from this mill and resell it through our store. We purchased COB from this mill and resold through our store. In May, about May 17th, I think, actually, because it threw a kink in our system, they shut down for a supposed week for repairs. They did not open up for 2 months after that, which left us scrambling to go get our show feed made to support kids that had projects right in the middle of the summer. They're feeding their 4-H projects. So we went from there to our second source for our show feed. I do believe now that mill has opened back up after about 60 days or more. We've been told that they will not bag feed, so they can't put feed in bags. They won't put feed in totes. And so that takes us off the board there. So we are presently getting that feed made in Colorado, getting it imported. The COB that we sell at our store comes from the same mill that makes our show feed. And as you well know, we're ADM dealers. So a lot of our other feed is sourced out of Columbus, Nebraska. So yes, there is one mill local to us right across the state line in Morrow, but they're just about to.
You got that and Z&W, and that's about it.
Yep.
Yeah. Z&W got qualified people that would fit in your mill?
As far as employees?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't speak to the qualifications of their employees, but I guess I would assume there could potentially be some people there that could work in our mill.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. All right. That's it for right now. Thanks a lot, guys.
And Paul and Christine, following up on the auditor's question about, what percentage would the production of the mill be different, I think, than what's produced locally at the other mill, the Z&W. And I've heard the products, the dry feedlot supplement, the type B medical grade feed, the minerals, and all that stuff has to be sourced out of state. So I understand that's completely different than what's done locally. But we've heard there's both of these entities have retail stores, and you talk about COB, you talk about you're not going to produce cake, but you got COB, you got show feeds, and other customized blends. I guess I'm interested in, and it seems like there are a lot of other things that are produced locally now that you will also be producing. And I think a lot of the concerns from people that have commented or called is that because you both operate retail stores, you're going to be producing feeds and selling them retail. Many of the same thing, aside from what I just mentioned, the supplement, the mineral, the med, and the cake, the rest of it's produced locally, and you're going to be competing with the local mill producing at greater volumes, perhaps with better margins. And I think that's where the biggest, question lies. And so can you clarify that for us and tell us really how much of what is produced with this new mill is direct competition with the local? Because I heard 90%, and I suppose with pure volume, with those things that I mentioned that aren't produced local, if all of that is such big production and shipped out of state, that makes sense to me. But what about all the other, whether it's for horses, cattle, swine, chickens, whatever? What about the rest of that, the texturized feed, the COB, and everything else? How much of that is going to be in direct competition with what's already produced?
That's a tough question. And the best answer that I can say is that it makes no sense to build a feed mill and not make it a full service feed mill. I can't speak a lot to the competition, but I do know the mill in Morrill, Nebraska was built, I believe, in the 60s or 70s. And David Briggs could probably speak to that because the Westco company owned that mill for a while and sold it for that reason. And then Z&W mill, I don't know exactly what their capabilities are, but our mill will produce some of the same products that they produce. And we've never hidden that fact. I would say that the percentage of products that they produce that we produce, we will probably produce everything that they produce except for the cow cake, if I had to guess without knowing all of their business. I don't have direct numbers about that. I will say that the asset of the feed mill will be owned separately from M. Lazy Heart Feeds. M. Lazy Heart Feeds will source from the mill just the way any other retail store can. And so although we will be in competition as we currently are with Z&W Mill, I'm not sure that I can compare exact numbers. I don't know what they produce. I don't know what our numbers will be because of course it's a proposed business and we just don't have exact numbers of what people request to be made. So it's a matter of we will manufacture some of the same things, but our market is different. Our main market, we'll keep our retail store. I feel like we have our retail store customers, they have their retail store customers. That won't change. Probably people choose to do business where they do. The difference will be the source and the source, but will also be the difference of the source for retail stores throughout the entire region. Is that helpful at all?
No, it is. I think that's the biggest question people have in their minds is that piece of the competition and the economies of scale that you get with a bigger mill and margins and things like that. So I think that's probably the best answer you could give because it's probably a difficult question to answer. So
I could interject something as well, Chairman. So all the other little retail feed stores around the state all have to source their products from somewhere. You get a feed mill in Laramie, a feed mill in Saratoga that are selling manufactured feeds out of Agfinity in Eaton, Colorado. This mill will allow the capabilities, as we said earlier, it'll create products to be sold in other feed stores in the state that are manufactured in the state of Wyoming. Another piece to it too is Colorado State University has approached us already. They are interested in adding feed mills and milling classes. They don't have a mill in Fort Collins that they can currently do business with and teach kids. They've approached us. They want to use this as a teaching facility. They want to bring kids up and actually get them in a real life feed mill. With that, they are needing a place to get specialized feeds made for their research facilities. Research they're doing on cow herds that they're doing in feedlots with different species. University of Wyoming as well is interested in some partnerships and actually getting kids into these mills as well as EWC here locally.
And along that line, I would add that is one thing, although we would be possibly making some of the same mixes or same products, this mill is state of the art with precision mixing capabilities that you've got to have for those research rations. And it's an opportunity to bring in brand new technology to this part of the world that we're currently lacking.
And thank you for that. Any other questions from the board for the millers at this time? And then I see Mr. Briggs there. If you're on a time schedule or something like that, we can have you go now if you'd like.
Yeah, Mr. Secretary, I appreciate that. If I could speak, I do need to get on the road. I know we're all busy, but I'm David Briggs and I serve as president and CEO of Wesco. We're headquartered in Alliance, Nebraska, but we serve the whole Ohio-Nebraska region. We're a cooperative with 16, we're in 16 different communities. And we have 21 employees there in Torrington and our facilities that we have in Torrington. And so as previously mentioned, at one point in time in 2008, I did purchase with another company. We had a joint venture. We purchased the feed mill in Morrill and we ran that mill. And during that time, we ran it for 8 years. We serviced the whole state of Wyoming because there is no sizable mill in the whole state of Wyoming. And so we serviced that state. But as we went through time, we had that mill is quite old. And as we continued to keep it up, it became really a problem on the repair side as far as how many dollars it took to make sure we were OSHA compliant and also kept things in good repair. So we did sell that mill in 2016. And now that is owned by a company out of Minnesota called Sinamco. And so we do believe there is a need in Goshen County and in the state of Wyoming to produce more feed. We do sell a lot of cake, which this mill will not produce, but today we do purchase a lot of feed from over 300 miles away. All of our feed's coming out of Nebraska, mills on the eastern side of the state, and this would give us a source to procure some of the products we sell at a much closer location. Goshen County is the best or the highest value of ag products in the state of Wyoming. I think it makes sense that Wyoming farmers produce products that we can run through a Wyoming feed mill and sell to Wyoming cattlemen. We think that's a huge plus for the state of Wyoming. It's also, in today's world, a real buzzword is sustainability, and we believe this is a very sustainable story for the state of Wyoming. It's been mentioned several times about competition. We do compete with the millers in the retail market. In our company, we believe our slogan is service, solution, success. We do believe there's more than just price on why people buy products. We believe they buy products because of location, because of relationships that have been developed. And it's our opinion that those relationships are very strong, no matter who the retailer is. And just because there's a new plant in town, we don't believe those relationships will all be thrown to the side. We think most of those relationships will stay, and people will do business with those people that they choose to do business with in the past. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and appreciate the time to speak today.
Thank you, Mr. Briggs. Just briefly, so Wesco does not have a manufacturing facility to source its own brands for retail sale.
That is correct. Yeah. We sell feed in 7 of our 16 facilities, our communities we're in. We sell feed in 7 of those, and none of those facilities we do not do grind and mix. We do not do any manufacturing. We buy all the products that we resell.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
Mr. Briggs, thanks for being here. Has Wesco had the opportunity, or have you ever been a customer for sourcing products from the Z&W feed mills? I know you mentioned you were having to source from eastern Nebraska.
We have not, to my knowledge, my staff has not spoken with them. It's not because we would not. It's just that I guess I'm not aware they are selling anything beyond what they sell under their own name.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Briggs.
Okay, thanks.
Is anyone on the line for Z&W Mill? Okay. And Mr. Victorin, if you can hear us, please proceed if you have any comments.
Hopefully you can hear me. Somebody give me a thumbs up. Okay, thank you. I'll try to keep my comments brief. I think it's known who I am and the business I represent. Briefly, I'll just state that, yes, I am the mill manager of Z&W Mill, family-owned and operated business in Torrington since the late 30s. We manufacture pelleted, textured feeds for all classes of livestock. We manufacture our own line of show feeds and general custom livestock feeds, or excuse me, commercial feeds. We do sell other products produced by other companies, but our main focus is manufacturing. I want to try to address a few things that were mentioned earlier on in the meeting. But my basic concern today is simple, and that is it good use of the public's money to lend to a business that will then directly compete with an existing business, despite the scale, in the same locality? Last week, I attended the business council meeting, and I think my comments tended to fall on deaf ears in the rush to vote for the project. And I want to be extremely clear. At that meeting, I never called into question the constitutionality or the legality of the program, the BRC program, even though the Supreme Court of the state has never really ruled on its merits. I simply asked about the legislative intent of the program. I can't imagine a group of citizen legislators ever intending to authorize a program that will lend public money to build a business where an existing business was already serving the market. And in researching previous funding through this program, I haven't come across an instance where there was a proposal that, if funded, would be built in an area where an existing business of the same industry already has set up shop. I'm not talking about the legality of the program. I'm talking about the intent of the legislature. If their intent was to fund these types of projects where industry already existed, where would the lending stop? Do we build Walmarts in every town? Do we build Safeways where a small grocery store exists? How about Home Depots where there's lumber yards already built? How about Walgreens to compete against local pharmacies? My point is, existing business matters despite the level or the size of it. Lending cheap public money to finance a competing business in the same town is simply wrong, in my opinion. And let me be clear that we're not opposed to competition. We're not afraid of it in any way. We certainly have competitors, and that's been mentioned here today, both locally and elsewhere. But our concern is the unfair advantage by lending cheap public money to competition when the rest of us have been financed by more conventional methods. It's one thing to finance businesses in the state like Weatherby Firearms or Gunworks or Cody Labs or even Maven Optics. Those businesses or industries didn't exist in their respective towns before being lent money from the state. It's another issue when a business of the same industry, in this case feed manufacturing, already exists in the town where the project is proposed. I'd like to note that at last week's business council meeting, there were questions raised by the members of the business council as to how much of our business the proposed business could potentially take away from us. And while I declined to answer that question directly, I want to say that that line of questioning shouldn't even be considered. It's a line of questioning that gets into the weeds of picking winners and losers argument. It's something that the co-chair of the council, Goshen Economic Development as well, who in previous conversations has told me it's something they don't do. But that line of questioning wades into those very weeds. And while it doesn't matter how much our business stands to lose, or excuse me, it does matter, the argument basically asks, of these two, who's got the better or faster horse in the race? It's simply the fact of the state funding a direct competitor of ours with cheap public money, and that is the unfair advantage. I totally understand any business can apply for these grants and loans, but those of us who choose not to shouldn't be subjected to direct competition or potentially harmed simply for not applying. We have worked extremely hard to get where we are at today, and we do have plans of our own to expand and grow on our terms, but we've done it on our own, choosing only financing if necessary from traditional sources. The bottom line today is we are here in Torrington, we're making feed, and we've been doing so since the 1930s. We shouldn't suffer or be harmed from unfair competition simply because others have applied for public financing. I do want to mention before I conclude my comments that it was mentioned by council staff earlier that we don't do potential semi-load lots of feed or large scale quantities of feed. Nothing could be further from the truth. I don't know where they got that information. They certainly never called us. We send out semi-loads of feed almost every other week. And we produce quantities of feed on large scale and small scale. So that entire line of statements from council staff is just completely irrelevant. In closing, I urge each of you, the state's top elected officials, to save our business from the state and to remember the existing legacy businesses of Wyoming. They are the backbone, and without them, where would the state be today? They deserve a marketplace where they are free to compete on the same terms as everyone else. They they should not be harmed simply in the name of economic development.
Any questions from the board for Mr. Victorin? I would ask, and I asked the same question of the Millers, because I know there's a specialized, in part specialized purpose for this project, and that is to produce certain items that are not currently produced apparently anywhere in the state of Wyoming. And to my knowledge, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you don't produce either. And I had posed the question to the Millers, how much of what the mill will produce, other than those specialty items, will be in direct competition with the existing mill, the Z&W mill. You mentioned, excuse me, you mentioned a lot of the feeds, but can you help answer that question?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. I think in the various proposals I've seen and statements made today, that I identified about 2, maybe 3 products that we don't manufacture. Of those products, that includes medicated feeds, feedlot supplements, and range mineral. Just being truthful, we do not make those feeds. We have before. We used to have a medicated feed mill license through the Federal Drug Administration. We chose to not renew that, not based on regulatory demands or anything like that. We certainly were keeping up with those regulatory demands. The reason we chose not to continue making medicated feeds was because of demand. We looked at it from a business standpoint and asked ourselves, why are we complying with all these rules when we really are not having or need to comply with them, because we're not making those medicated feeds. We don't make minerals. That's not to say we could never make them. Currently we don't. And I'm not sure of the other product that I was thinking of that could be, or we don't make, but just a few items basically.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Victorin? All right. Unless, is there another entity really out there? I don't think there is, that other than general public comment. If there is, are anybody else raising their hand right now?
Mr. Chairman, not right
now. Okay. So now I think we'll open it up. If there are no other questions from the board, we'll open it up to general public comment on this and see. And these will be limited to just a couple minutes. You can say a lot in 2 minutes. And if it's been said before, try not to be too repetitive. Thank you. Nobody. All right. All right. We have, oh, there's a hand raised. I can see that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the Slib board. My name is Lisa Miller. I am the CEO of Goshen Economic Development, and I thank you for your time today. I also want to thank the Wyoming Business Council staff for their thorough investigation and vetting of this application. They do a fabulous job representing all parties here. I also want to thank the Wyoming Business Council board for all of their action on this too. They too took a lot of time in considering this and understanding the facts of that, and I thank you for your role. Rural Goshen County is the #1 ag producing county in the state of Wyoming. I think the key words here are expansion of a successful business, exporting of a product outside of Wyoming, as well as Goshen County throughout the nation. Those are huge pieces. $7 million of new investment and 19 jobs in a 5-year period. Those are huge numbers for Goshen County. Again, we're rural. We're not used to that kind of infrastructure coming into here. We wholly support this, as we do all of our businesses throughout Goshen County. We are here to help all of them, but let's make it a point here to understand the significance that this has for rural Goshen County, for our future and moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Any questions for Lisa on the board? Okay. And I don't know if we still have no hands raised on public comment right now. Okay. The superintendent had to step away. She is joining us virtually, and she told that she would be off in advance of this, and she had to go attend to something else. So I think what I'll do is we'll come back to this and we'll entertain a motion so we can have a full discussion as a board and then a vote. But for now, so we can keep things moving, and there's no public comment right now. So let's move on with our other piece of the agenda, and we'll just hold this open. So Ms. Scoggin.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the State Loan and Investment Board agenda is approval of the minutes from the August 5th, 2021 State Loan and Investment Board meeting and the August 17th State Loan and Investment Board meeting.
All right. Do I have a motion to approve the August 5th and August 17th, 2021 minutes?
So moved.
Oh, I can.
Wait, you can do whatever you want.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by the governor and seconded by the good auditor. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All right, those opposed. All right, we have adopted those sets of minutes.
Mr. Chairman, we have provided the board with the usual reports behind tab B. We don't have anything to add at this point to that, but we would stand for any questions the board has on those reports.
As you wish. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chairman, I will resume my role. And so thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your able conduct. Are there any questions on the reports behind tab B? Hearing none, we'll take those in order. And Madam Director, we now move to.
Mr. Chairman, we've provided the materials for this meeting in advance and have briefed each of the board members individually prior to the meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list if the board would so desire.
Thank you, Madam Director. I think that would be appropriate. Would you provide a recommendation on a consent list?
Mr. Chairman, we would recommend F1 and 2, G1, I1, and J1.
So, Madam Director and members of the board, the director has recommended for a consent list items F1 and 2, G1, I1, and J1. Is there support for a consent list made up of those items?
Moved.
That's been moved by the secretary. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the treasurer.
Second.
We have a consent list before us, items F1 and 2, G1, I1, and J1. All in favor of the consent list, as mentioned, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. So now I will entertain a motion to adopt the director's recommendations on the items on the consent list, F1 and 2, G1, I1, and J1.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved by the auditor. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the secretary. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Madam Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That brings us to the D matters, which are the state investment matters. I would yield the floor to the treasurer.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first matter for our consideration is the hiring a private investment manager, Dragonair Opportunities Fund 6 LP. This is to approve or deny the recommended manager to explain and discuss this. We have our Chief Investment Officer, Patrick Fleming, and our subject matter expert, Matt Schmagosh, and also counsel, Lisa Jurdy Spillin, and we'll turn it over to Patrick for the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Good to see you, CIO Fleming. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Patrick Fleming. I'm CIO for the Treasurer's Office. Mr. Chairman, this is a continuation of our asset allocation decisions that were made in the spring. And we are implementing the various allocations as we've mentioned to you in the past. Again, this is not just two fund managers that we've come up with. We've spent a significant amount of time going over the various managers and finding the best ones possible. And this is the culmination of many hours and weeks of work. So with that, I'll pass this on to Josh Keevan, who is going to give the presentation and overview from the consultant's view. Thank you. Thank you, Josh. Good to see you. I think, why don't you go ahead and test and see if we can hear you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Can.
Great. Good to see you as well. Josh Keevan with RVK. Just a few very brief comments before I believe Dragonair will present to you. This has been reviewed by our manager research team. And we have included some detail on the investment in our memo to you. We do see this as a good opportunity to invest with a manager that has a very consistent and very successful track record investing with high growth companies in the innovation economy. And this is also consistent with the pacing plan to fulfill your private equity commitments in the asset allocation structure. And with that, I will turn it back to whoever is speaking next on this.
Thank you, Josh. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we'll go back to Patrick and continue from there.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, thank you very much. Before I pass it over to Matt to do the introductions, I did want to mention that the IFC reviewed both of these managers, and it was a unanimous decision on both of the managers' part. Matt?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dragonair is a stellar addition to the growth portfolio that exemplifies the core competencies of what we seek in a manager: extreme asymmetry and a maniacal focus on risk, differentiated sourcing, and it's a partner of choice and an attractive conciliary for scaling businesses and entrepreneurs, and subsequently cultivating acquisitions and partnerships out of those relationships. This has resulted in a stellar first quartile performance for all 5 of their prior funds. Without further ado, I would like to introduce you to Mark Stodd, managing partner of Dragonair.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Well, it's a real honor to be here. And I really appreciate everyone taking the time to hear us out, and to the investment committee on behalf of the state of Wyoming, who did really thorough analysis and spent a lot of time with us. So we really appreciate all that. Let me just take a step back and give you a sense. When we started Dragonair, the we had a few simple premises. The first was there's a very, very small number of wonderful companies in the world of growth. Companies that exhibit few criteria. The first is we were very focused on the business model of the companies we looked at. We wanted companies that created wide moats and had great differentiation that would sustain the test of time. Second, we were focused on companies that had great economic models. Ultimately, the test of a company is, how much cash flow will it produce in terms of earnings, and that was one thing that we were focused on. The third was we were focused on founders or CEOs who were really focused on building sustainable, high quality businesses for the very long term, and who had the skill set and the talents and the abilities to do so. And the fourth, we were focused on companies that were addressing large market opportunities. And we felt when you put together companies that had good moats, would be great cash flow generators, addressing with really talented management teams focused on the right things, addressing large markets, you could have really great outcomes. So we were focused on these types of companies. The second was doing really deep analysis, is having the training, and having the team that can go in and do the work. That meant that we needed the time to do the work. And if a company wouldn't give us the time, we weren't interested. This also meant that we could get the data and the analysis, and also that it was an analyzable business, that it wasn't too complicated or too hard for us, but something that we can actually do the work and develop a view. But deep analysis was very important. And the third, which is sometimes at odds in the world of growth, was don't lose money. We were just incredibly focused on every investment standing on its own, not really think about it like a portfolio approach, but doing it investment by investment. And if we felt, for example, if there was an investment we saw and there was a 50% chance it could be a 10 times our money and a 50% chance we'd lose our money, even though that would usually be a 5 times over a portfolio, we wouldn't do that investment. We weren't interested in companies that we thought had the risk where you can impair capital. And what we really wanted was asymmetry. What we wanted was companies where we felt even if the bad scenario played out, we'd still get our money back or make some money. But if what we thought would happen, that would produce at least a 20% compounded rate of return. So those were the 3 things we focused on, and it's been a great journey. We've been able to back some of the really wonderful growth companies in internet, in software, some consumer products, healthcare, et cetera, over the last decade, and that's what we continue to do. But we always thought if you didn't have the right focus in terms of the quality of companies and the willingness to say no, the willingness to miss things, the willingness to let things go by, but just being focused not on what you didn't do, but on what you did do and making sure those were right. Second, if we had the right team, the right kind of people who were, finance is obviously a very mercenary industry, but focusing on people that were focused on the long term, who saw investing as a craft, as an art, and this is what we do and what gets us up every morning, leave our families and go to work. And people who are passionate about it and passionate about the companies we backed. But if we assembled a team like that, and third, if we had an investor base who was long-term oriented, who allowed us and afforded us the opportunity to go find these great companies and be great partners to these companies, because ultimately these companies have their pick of the litter on who they go with. But we needed to be the investor of choice for these companies as they thought about the capital they'd need in order to scale and grow and become much bigger, one day public companies. So that was if we got those 3 things right, that we could build a real sustainable firm. And that's what we've been up to. And the last thing I'll mention is one thing that really defines our investment strategy is creativity. It's a very competitive industry, investing. But for us, we said, every day let's wake up and give ourselves time to think, how can we think about something differently, or how can we approach it differently to either win a deal or create an investment that didn't currently exist? That could sometimes mean working with strategic investors, and partnering with them in order to lead an investment, because maybe they bring strategic value. So it's maybe our idea on the investment, but then the strategic brings value to the company. It could be being the partner of choice for PE firms. There's many, many PE firms out there, and among the hundreds or even thousands of companies they own, there's a handful that are just really high quality, great growth companies. And our view was, if we have a strong brand and well known in the public markets, for example, that these PE firms would want to work with us and bring us in, so that when they go public, they're painted with a brush of quality. They're painted with a brush of excellence and growth, et cetera. So we've done that a number of times. And then lastly, another example would be leveraging structure, where sometimes we've been able to, or many times we've been able to create investments where maybe they had debt-like protections or interest rate, coupons we could get paid in kind of scenarios that didn't really work out, but have equity upside. And we've been able to do that a number of times and create great returns that way. So the idea being that if you go to work every day thinking, is there a way I can approach this investment or a new investment with a creative angle to accomplish the goals for the company, but also accomplish our goals? And our goals are, don't lose money and compound at 20% plus. And we've been able to do that. And we believe that we're going to put our best foot forward, obviously, in the years ahead to keep doing it. And we think this model is one that has a lot of staying power. So I'll stop there, and I'm happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Mr. Secretary.
Just briefly, what sectors primarily do you invest in, and is it across the board, or is it kind of a niche area?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Secretary, for that question. I've always been a believer that there's kind of three buckets that a lot of investors in our world fit into. The first is kind of more of bottoms up, highly analytical. You can look at every individual company on its own. The second is thematic investing, where they say, I'm gonna just do internet, or I'm just gonna do healthcare, and they have a view. For example, in the world of post-COVID, maybe it's the internet of medicine, and how will we think about the power of now being able to do medicine online, and how does that unlock opportunities? And then the third is momentum investing, like having a view on markets going up, markets going down, et cetera, et cetera. On the third, that's not our thing. On the second, we do develop themes, and we do have views, and we have over the years of the power of various technologies on, in certain sectors and industries. But most broadly, we are focused on growth. And so a lot of that has been tech. In the last 10 years, technology absolutely has been a big area of focus within tech. It's been healthcare IT, it's been internet, it's been software, and so on. But over the next 10 years, it'll be a lot of tech as well, and whatever that means. And it changes over time. So we keep a very open mind of maybe the next 10 years we'll have more healthcare in there, because maybe there'll be more innovation in the world of healthcare or education or insurance, et cetera. But our big area of focus is we love companies that grow quickly, and we like companies that create real differentiation where that company kind of stands on its own. But very directly to answer your question, it'll be a lot of tech, not exclusively, but it'll be companies that are very innovative.
Thank you.
Thanks. Further questions from the board? I have a question in regard to, is there on the list that at least RVK put, and I think you had a list of folks that you had invested in as well. A lot of those are the so-called unicorns. Do you have a sense of where you want to invest? Is it I mean, growth is great. There are small companies that grow. There are large companies grow. There are companies like Airbnb that everybody knows that people love to invest in. Is there a discipline around those metrics, or is it strictly, are you agnostic as to size? Are you agnostic as to sort of popularity?
Thank you so much for that question. I absolutely love this question. I've spent years thinking about exactly what you're asking, and I'll give you a little corny phrase, but hopefully answer, and I'll give you, and I'll unpack it. I always say we like to invest in companies when they've nailed it, but not scaled it. And when I say nailed it, I mean the business model. We're not venture capitalists. We're not looking for companies that if they work, they're exploding, but but there's a good chance they don't work. But that they have a business model that we can dissect, that we can analyze and say, here, it works. This is working. It's providing software. Here's a company that provides software for property managers. And they maybe have, 10,000 apartment units that they've sold into, and they're working great, and they're sticky, and next year they're going to have 15,000 units. And then, we think in the future they could have 6 million units, whatever. But we could see it's proven. So it's a proven business model and a proven economic model. So that's confidence that this company will be a great producer of cash flows over time. So to your point, which I love, is sometimes those companies are early-ish. They're the B round or the C round. And sometimes there are companies that are public, and I don't think they have those things even proven yet. They're still very speculative. So to answer your question, Airbnb was one of our investments, many years ago, and it was a great investment for us. But it's not just, of course, we love Airbnb and we love to do the next Airbnb, but it's in terms of the moment in time, there's usually, for these great companies, there's that moment that's right for us. And often I say, the last round wasn't right for us, but this maybe upcoming round is. So it could be when a company's 3 years old, it could be when a company's 13 years old, but we're really trying to understand the model.
Thank you. Great answer. Other questions? Other questions? Okay. Hearing none, recognizing. Do you have a question, Mr. Secretary? Recognizing Mr. Treasurer that you have a recommendation, I will recognize you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we recommend that the board select the fund Dragoneer Opportunities Fund 6LP as a state private equity investment manager, conditioned upon the approval of material terms and successful contract negotiations.
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the auditor. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Matt, for the presentation. And with that, is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries. Thank you very much. And thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Treasurer.
Well, Mr. Chairman, next up is matter D2. That is the material terms for Dragoneer. And I would ask General Counsel Lisa Jordy Spillman to briefly go over those terms. I think all of you have had those explained to you in private, but this is the public part of the meeting, so we probably ought to get those out there.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, and good to see you, Ms. Spillman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the board like me to go over each of the material terms currently?
I will ask the board in a second what's their pleasure, but I do recognize that you went through these. I know with the secretary and me in some detail. I'm assuming with the auditor as well. And we know you are in the treasurer's office. So what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I don't remember if on these I had a specific question. I know that I had questions on some of the venue, but that may have been for the second one, so I don't remember. Just want to make sure anything that we had questions on, we can maybe iron out those.
Perfectly.
Sure.
That's fine. Great. Okay, so I'll just briefly go through them and then touch a little more on the questions that you had. So the commitment amount here was 50 million. One more thing, would excuse me, Mr. Chairman, would the board like me to share the material terms to the screen, or is just reviewing them in paper fine?
I think owing to the fact that this is a public session, I think sharing them would make sense. I think we all have copies here.
Okay, I will
in
share my
front of us.
screen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay. So it is a $50 million ask. We've been told probably we'll receive around $40 million. The fees and expenses is 1.5% annual management fee. It's an American style distribution waterfall, 20% carry and no catch up. I'm going, sorry.
And can you just describe what the American style is versus European?
Yeah, a deal by deal style profit sharing. Would you like to go into more detail on that, Matt?
Well, and I think particularly about the clawback provisions in the
Okay.
in the
Yeah.
waterfall.
Going down to the clawback provisions. Absolutely. There, if a general partner is overpaid at any time in the fund, there is a time called clawback where the fund will receive payment back from the general partner that is to be distributed to the remaining limited partners. And that in this fund occurs at the 9th anniversary and the 11th anniversary and the close.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and then there was another question with respect to transfer of the state's interest. The question related to whether we could transfer only to affiliates, and no, we can transfer contingent upon approval by the general partner. It's in their discretion to approve the transfer.
Okay.
And then you had another question with respect to recall rights. There are recall rights. There are typical limits, exceptions, and caps on those recall rights. So what that is the fund can sometimes recall distributions, and there are very certain circumstances and purposes for which they can do that. And the fund documents provide those circumstances. There's a very limited time window in which they can generally do that. And there is a cap on it as well.
So, the reason I worry about this is that, and I know, Mr. Treasurer, you're very familiar with this, is that Wyoming invests for the people of Wyoming, and it's a little bit different model from a typical investment model. Typical investment model, you might reinvest your capital gains, you might reinvest proceeds, all of that, and it being a total return, that's sort of part of that process. But in Wyoming, we're often worried about what the income looks like. And whether we get that money. And so it's often, at least in my experience, and maybe Mr. Treasurer, yours as well, a little bit of an unsettling moment when we tell our investment managers that, no, you can't keep that money and you can't claw it back. We need it because we build our budgets on it from time to time. So that was my concern.
Thank you. And we have reviewed the documents in great deal and gone back and forth with Dragoneer with respect to the documents, and the clawback provisions in there they're very standard. They're very limited. There's a particular commitment period where the investors are asked to fund, and that's when any clawbacks would occur. So we found them to be reasonable.
Thank you.
Okay. So those were one more question that the secretary had related to jurisdiction. And we did add, if you look at page 5, the general partner has agreed to enter into a side letter with the investor in connection with our admission into the fund, providing for jurisdiction in proceedings instituted against the state of Wyoming by the general partner. And your question was, why is that jurisdiction not two-way? And generally, we try to have jurisdiction be two-way. We absolutely do. When we're hiring an investment manager who has an account and we drop money into the account, those are two-way jurisdiction. However, sometimes we don't always get the fund managers to agree when we're investing into a fund, when we're subscribing into a fund as a limited partner. We don't always get them to agree to have jurisdiction both ways because they don't want to get hauled into court all across the world, wherever their limited partners may be. And so that's the push that we get. And a lot of these vehicles are oversubscribed. And so we just have a hard time always insisting on our terms. We always ask, we do the hard ask a lot, but sometimes we get pushback, and we have reviewed this a number of times, including yesterday with the Attorney General's office again, and they are comfortable with this in these certain particular set of circumstances where we join a fund in this manner.
And I would just follow up and say, I mean, doesn't a sovereign have, I mean, in any, I mean, it's a big enough investment that I would think we'd have some leverage there, but maybe not.
In this particular fund, I believe it's going to be a $3 billion fund, and we probably are going to get around 40 million. So if we have a bigger share, absolutely. Mr. Secretary, thank you. Mr. Chairman, are there other questions, or would you like me to go through any other terms?
What's the pleasure of the board?
I'm fine with what we've done.
Madam Auditor, any? So I think for public, the material terms are explained in the board materials that are available online. Thank you very much for your diligence. This is a responsibility, as you note in statute, that the Slib approves the material terms. I don't hear any further questions from the board, so I would entertain a motion to accept the material terms. And with that, I'd also say thank you very much for negotiating those.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
I recommend that the board approve the material terms of the state investments in the fund Dragoneer Opportunities Fund 6 Limited Partnership LP.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there a second?
Second.
She beat you to it. So yeah, it's a tie. It's a photo finish. So tie goes to the auditor. So it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Matt. Congratulations. Thank you, CIO Patrick Fleming. And thank you, Lisa Jardy Smith. So,
Great job, Matt. Thanks.
I have a request to take 5 minutes, if we may. So we'll do that. All right. Thanks.
Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Speaker on here. Okay, our next one is hiring the private infrastructure investment manager, McGuire Global Infrastructure Fund, SCSP.
Mr. Treasurer, is it McGuire or Macquarie?
Macquarie. Oh, Macquarie. Yeah, it is Macquarie. And okay, so we've got CIO Patrick Fleming, Robin Preston, and our general counsel again, Lisa.
Thank you, CIO Fleming. Thank you for this.
And Josh up there too. Sorry, Josh, I forgot you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, thank you. Yes, I'll pass it on to Josh to give the RVK's overview. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. You'll also find in your packet under this board matter a lengthier memo from RVK. And just to make a few introductory comments, this is consistent with the asset allocation structure that the board has approved. And infrastructure represents one of the new asset classes that was added to the target asset allocation for several of the funds just recently. And some of the things that you may recall we found attractive about infrastructure as an asset class is, especially in today's environment that's characterized by very low yields on fixed income and safe fixed income in particular, potential. Now, we don't have a great crystal ball on inflation, but we can recognize a potential for rising risks relative to inflation. And infrastructure is a potentially very good complement. In fact, we think it is a very good complement to your existing portfolio of financial assets in that it provides relatively high levels of income and we believe relatively high levels of inflation. And we have a perspective that you should have a diversified approach to infrastructure, but that it makes a lot of sense to start with open-end core infrastructure. And when I say open-end and core, this is very similar to the real estate asset class where you have open-end core funds, such as Clarion, which represents your largest holding there currently. And you also have closed-end, finite life, more private equity, generally higher return seeking, higher octane forms of real estate. You have a very similar division in the infrastructure space. But we think in terms of the most efficient way to get access to the primary characteristics of this asset class, starting with a base layer of open-end core, makes a lot of sense. As it relates to the specific opportunity before you today, one of the challenges that we've had in that open-end core infrastructure space historically has been, number one, very few options, and number two, relatively high fees relative to what is a generally viewed as a fairly conservative, moderate return type of investment. And Macquarie, who has long been one of the global leaders in infrastructure investing, but has not historically had an open-end core fund available to US-based investors, is in the process of launching just such a fund. And we think there's a tremendous opportunity before you here to be one of the initial investors in that fund, and as compensation for being an initial investor, to get the exposure at very favorable economics. So the memo that's in your packet has more detail on the work that we've done to vet the investment. I know you're going to hear from Macquarie as well as Robin Preston in the Treasurer's office. But we do recommend up to a $250 million commitment to the fund. And the last note that I will make before I pause is related to the benchmark. We did note as we were establishing benchmarks for these new asset classes that we had effectively some placeholders in place, and that as we learned more about the opportunities that presented themselves, that we would want to retain some flexibility to really view those as placeholders. And as we look at this opportunity, we do think a change to the policy benchmark is going to be advisable. The current benchmark that's in place is a private market peer-based benchmark that generally has more of a higher return, higher GDP sensitivity to it than the sort of more consistent, less GDP sensitive profile that we expect from this investment. And so we're currently exploring with the Treasurer's Office investment staff potential benchmark alternatives. We plan to present a recommendation to the Investment Funds Committee in November, and I think it's quite likely at your December Slib meeting would have a change in the recommended benchmark. We're looking, just to give you sort of a flavor for some of the things we're looking at there, things like CPI plus a premium, or perhaps an appropriate Treasury yield plus a premium. So I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman. Happy to take any questions of us at this point, but if not, I'll also stay on the line and be ready to answer questions throughout that you may have of me.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate the presentation. Let me just ask if there are any questions for our board consultant, RVK, from any of the members of the board. Hearing none. Robin.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Robin Preston and I'm a SIO at the State Treasurer's Office. So I think most of this was covered by Josh, but so this is first investment in infrastructure. So we're looking for a product which is lower risk than many of the products out there. It just so happens that Macquarie, who's an industry leader in this space, is moving, it's introducing a new product which is lower risk with some very reasonable terms. So it seemed like this was a very fortuitous series of events. And Macquarie is here today. So it's my pleasure to introduce the Macquarie team. So we have Lee Harrison. He is the global head of Macquarie's infrastructure and real assets business. We have David Fass. He is the head of the Americas for that same business, and Trevor Blum, responsible for private market relationships. It should be noted that both Lee and David are members of the MGIF, so that is the Macquarie Global Infrastructure Fund Investment Committee. And with that, I will let the Macquarie team introduce Macquarie and the MGIF Fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introductions, Mr. Preston, and good morning, everybody. Really, really excited to be with you today, albeit it is virtually. I think we've got the globe pretty well covered. I'm working out of my home office in Oregon. Lee's out in our London office, and Dave is working from home today outside of our New York office. We certainly look forward to the chance to meet you all in person one day, hopefully in the very near future. I'd also just like to take a moment to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the members of the board for your time today. I'd also like to extend our gratitude to the Treasury staff, the Investment Funds Committee, and as well as RVK for all your efforts that you've done to date on due diligencing us and our firm. We know it's been a lot of work. And I know I speak on behalf of all my colleagues globally at Macquarie when I say it would very much be a privilege to work with the great state of Wyoming. So in terms of an agenda today, we know it's a busy day for you all, so we're going to keep our remarks concise. Momentarily, I'm going to kick it over to David, who's going to tell you a bit about our firm's long successful history in infrastructure, a little bit about our culture and our global presence. And then Lee's going to walk you through a little bit more in depth on this specific opportunity that we call the Macquarie Global Infrastructure Fund, or MGIF. So we'll make sure to leave time for questions at the end, but please don't hesitate to jump in at all along the way if you have anything you'd like to ask. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to David.
Great, Trevor. Thank you, and good morning to all of you, and thanks for the warm introduction. I was sorry to hear that this meeting was going to be held virtually, because I remember very fondly my trips to Wyoming in the past, particularly to the rodeo in Sheridan, which I hope to be able to get back to when all of this is behind us. I've had the privilege of being in the asset management or finance business for 35 years at this point, based, as Trevor said, currently in New York, but spent a couple of decades in London and around the world as well. And I know you've seen the Macquarie presentation, but I just wanted to take a couple of minutes to kind of give you a little bit of the voiceover about our company. We are Australian based. Australia shares a little bit of an affinity with Wyoming in that it is a very resource intensive and resource based economy. Our company is relatively young. We're celebrating our 53rd year. I'm very happy to say that every single one of them has ended in the black, and we have a very good track record now for the past 25 of those years as a very successful public company that has maintained a 30-year A rating from Standard & Poor's. So we're very, very proud of that. Macquarie is a global financial group. The circles on the left highlight some of the businesses. The one we're talking about is our asset management business in the top right. We do have a retail banking business down in Australia, an investment banking business that we refer to as Macquarie Capital, and a very large commodities and global markets trading business where we are involved in commodity trading, both as principal and an investor for a whole host of commodities, some of which are agricultural. I did join the call a little bit earlier today and heard some of the stories about the feed mill that you all were discussing. So we have a very integrated group around the global commodity supply chain. We are an asset management business that has both a public side that is there in the blue, as well as on the private market side that Lee and I will talk about. And then very specifically, as Josh and others have mentioned, we kind of have been the bellwether in developing the asset class that is now referred to as the infrastructure asset class. It is the smaller brother today to what you might more commonly known as the private equity industry or the real estate business. Infrastructure is the fastest growing part of what we refer to as alternative assets. Australia was very early in taking public funds and putting it into large infrastructure projects, and Macquarie has exported that technology around the world, including here into America, as well as into Europe and in Asia. As far as our business here in America is concerned, we're very proud to call America home to about 3,000 of Macquarie's 16,000 employees. We have major offices in Jacksonville, Florida, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, New York, and Houston, Texas, as well as smaller offices kind of around the rest of the country. One of the things that we pride ourselves on, while we do have a global business, and I'm sure Lee will talk about that a little bit when I put the mic into his hands, we do look after businesses on a very local basis. If we're going to be the owner and manager of a shipping port in Los Angeles or the Port of New York and New Jersey, we need to know what's happening there. If we're going to be investing in a oil and gas wastewater business in Nebraska and Oklahoma, we need to know what's happening there. And likewise, all around the world, we believe in having people that are accountable and on the ground and local. And we've done that consistently throughout our existence. The real thing that I think differentiates Macquarie's culture from many of the other financial services firms is that while it's really important to be a good spreadsheet analyzer and to have a fair number of technical financial folks, we really do believe that having people that have operated real businesses out there in the world are critical to us making good investment decisions. So our team today in the infrastructure investing business is about 500 strong. Many of them are financially literate and come from the world of finance. But we've hired many people, hundreds of people, out of the world of construction, oil and gas, public utilities, airport industry experts, waste and landfill operators, geologists, and engineers, just to name a few. And I think the thing that has really allowed us to build the track record that we have, that has now enabled us to be before you today, is that we have figured out how to take that financial acumen and risk manage it well with people who have operated in the more traditional sectors of the world to come up with very, very interesting transactions to prosecute and excellent investment outcomes. As we've worked on growing this business over time, just getting ready to hand over to Lee, one of the things that we've recognized from the teams that we have around the world is that because we are getting bigger and more prolific, we are starting to see more and more opportunities that don't necessarily fit with some of our existing infrastructure mandates. And instead of saying no to those types of transactions and letting some of them go by, we've developed a product along with RVK and others that we felt would be able to act as a funnel to some of those types of projects that didn't fit our traditional mandates. And Lee's been at Macquarie for nearly 20 years at this point and has been at the forefront of developing some of our most successful new products and interfacing with clients around the world to listen to what they have to say and to develop products that would make sense for them. And this Global Infrastructure Fund, otherwise known as MGIF, is one of those projects that Lee has brought to bear. So Lee, maybe with that as a background, it'd be a good opportunity to hand it over to you to go through some of the MGIF details.
Thanks, David, and good morning, everyone. So MGIF, it's an opportunity to invest into an open-ended fund, as was said earlier, which is targeting traditional core infrastructure businesses. These are businesses that provide essential services to communities. They typically hold strategic positions or competitive advantages in the markets in which they operate. The revenues are typically linked to inflation or GDP, which tends to lead to predictable, sustainable long-term cash flows. And so we believe this type of strategy is quite attractive to provide risk-adjusted returns for long-term savers and investors. The fund itself is, as you can see here, is targeting an 8 to 10% net return, which includes regular cash yield, but alongside asset growth. So the plan is to build a globally diversified portfolio of these high-quality businesses across different sectors and different geographies. Sectors such as regulated utilities, contracting, renewable energy, transportation, and digital infrastructure. Just to give you an example of the types of assets that we could acquire: regulated electricity and gas grids, contracted midstream pipelines, district energy networks, toll roads and ports and airports, rail networks, tower and fiber businesses, and many others. We know there's going to be significant opportunities to invest in these essential assets in the years ahead. Many businesses benefit from new ownership and new capital investment to continue supporting those assets. We also expect new assets are going to be created in the years ahead to improve the quality of services to communities. Governments and corporates are also continuing to dispose of some assets. Some assets are non-core to them, particularly where private capital can be a better long-term owner of these businesses, and then those sellers can recycle capital into other areas. So some of these opportunities are going to derive from the mega trends that we're already witnessing around the world. For example, investment into digital infrastructure, which supports the global trend of digitalization and data growth, as well as investment into the decarbonisation mega trend and the energy transition. Of course, that's not just renewable energy, that's investing into electricity and gas networks, which are facilitating increasing demands on power consumption, as well as storage and other associated businesses. So there's a real opportunity here for the private sector to partner with the public sector and facilitate investment for the benefit of communities. We know that government finances are not sufficient to finance the required investment in the years ahead. Government balance sheets were already constrained before the pandemic, and given the necessary support that governments have had to provide their communities, that pressure is only exacerbated in the last 18 months. So it means that the private sector has got a very important role to play as a partner in these investment opportunities, not only as a source of capital, of course, but also the expertise and experience in managing these really essential assets. So our role is not only to acquire good businesses, but to continue to invest in them. So we want to support the management teams to not only maintain the existing infrastructure, but also invest into new growth projects, into expansionary CapEx in those businesses to provide safe and reliable services to the customers, and of course support the communities and the employees at those businesses. We're fortunate to have already acquired 2 businesses for this fund for MGIF. One is ASPI. It's one of Europe's largest network toll roads, covering most of Italy, as well as Puget, which is an electricity and gas utility in Washington State. These are both high quality, resilient, stable core infrastructure businesses. The fund has committed over $800 million into those assets. They're going to provide both yield and capital growth over time. David mentioned our team earlier. We're privileged to be the largest infrastructure manager in the world, over 500 people around the global team spread across more than 30 offices. We've got over 26 years of experience as an infrastructure manager. We've made over 200 investments in that time. And we've got a good track record across our team. We find new opportunities to make good investments and ideally a good track record improving the quality of the businesses that we manage. And as David alluded to earlier, we do that through a combination of diverse skills. Obviously, a lot of investment professionals, but also senior team members from industrial backgrounds of the type that David mentioned. We then combine that investment and operating expertise with specialists across a host of areas like health and safety and sustainability and risk and legal and tax and tech and innovation, economists and a whole host more, which is, frankly, a privilege of scale to have that sort of expertise in our team that we can apply for the benefit of the portfolios, companies around the world. So today we manage more than 150 portfolio businesses. They deliver essential and reliable services to over 100 million consumers every day. And in those businesses, we employ over 160,000 people. So we believe we're a trusted partner to governments and regulators and communities as we are a custodian of these important community assets. So we're very pleased to be able to present this opportunity to you and to our other partners and clients around the world to invest in a globally diversified core infrastructure strategy. We believe it offers attractive risk-adjusted returns for long-term savers and investors with a combination of stable cash yield as well as growth. So I'm conscious of time. I might pause now and we can move to questions if that would be helpful.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Are there questions from the board? Any questions? Couple of questions from me, and thank you, and thank you, Mr. Preston, and thank you also, Mr. Fleming. As somebody who went to the Sovereign Wealth Fund forum a few years ago and recommended that sovereign funds have a role and a possibility for long-term investments that can be transformational. At the time, we were really talking about really patient capital and the ability to get some remarkable things done. It sounds like you're starting to work in that vein. Is that a correct assumption?
Sorry, David.
Yeah, I'll just take it is very much, I couldn't tell who was asking questions, hard to see into the room. But one of the things that we really do pride ourselves on is working together with governments all around the world, both at the federal level, the state level, and the municipal level, to bring these types of incredibly essential assets safely out of the ground and operate them safely for a very long period of time. I should have mentioned earlier that because of that resource-based mindset that most of the sort of four parents of this business were, we tend to think of things in 30 to 50 year sort of chunks of time as far as what's going to actually be happening way down the road. So we have a much longer lens on some of the risks that we're taking and risks that we're managing. But we do believe that partnership with governments and communities is at the core of what we do. So, sorry, Lee, I know you wanted to add something as well.
No, that's fine. Thank you. And this is the governor, so that's asking the question. So sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Right.
Sorry, if I would just add to David's point, it's quite right. We've got a long-term perspective, which is what these assets need: stable and supportive capital to support their long-term growth. And we have a number of assets still within our portfolio. We've owned for well over a decade now. One of the first businesses that I helped acquire here in Europe was a rail business in Sweden called Arlanda. We acquired that in 2003, and that's still within our portfolio today. So just to give you a sense of the type of longevity that we often have with these businesses.
I appreciate that, and thanks. And it's also interesting to me because I remember with fellow treasurers when I was serving as treasurer, there was some trepidation about retirement funds investing in toll roads when the primary clients of those toll roads might be their pensioners. So I'm always a little bit sensitive about those kinds of assets and whether we're actually, they're great investments, yes, but they also can sometimes affect the very people we're trying to invest for. And along those lines, and I know, Oregon, Kate Brown, governor of Oregon, and I have had several conversations about transitions, particularly the transitions in communities that were affected by the spotted owl. Wyoming, as you know, is a tremendous amount of coal, and we feel very much like we're being affected by decisions made elsewhere similar to the spotted owl. And particularly Kate Brown's comment was, we could have done that much better. We really ruined those communities and their economies. So along those lines, I have continued to pursue ways that we can make transition work. I think those are very long-term strategies. Lots of times, I think in the public eye, it's often, as you've seen ESG pick up over the years, there's a certain momentum to it, which is not necessarily underpinned by facts. And I think one of the biggest challenges that we face is our climate and the carbon dioxide that's in it. So the popular notion is let's just get rid of fossil fuels, and we'll go to a full renewable portfolio. Doing that does nothing to address carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. It does reduce, it's sort of like government spending. We talk about cuts as reductions in increased spending, but we do at the same time have other ancillary things that happen. So I would bring to your attention that Wyoming and North Dakota are the two states that have actually called for carbon negative, which is if we are truly urgent in our desire to fix the climate, we've got to do something carbon negative. We've talked about direct air capture. There's obviously 0.00014% of the atmosphere, which is carbon dioxide. So to remove that, every million CFF or cubic feet comes down to about 419 pounds. So direct air capture obviously presents some real challenges. It has to be driven by energy. Same with renewable fuels. Renewable fuels require a lot of cropland and perhaps the devastation of soil organic content to be able to grow things like soy. So these are not things that are currently in the popular discussion. And I guess the reason I bring this up is that we would like to try to lead the discussion about how we address climate responsibly and understanding that all energy sources are valuable. I don't mean to be lecturing in this, but in the investment community currently, without a tremendous amount of science behind it, other than sort of the discussion about renewables are benign, which we know, and I think the good treasurer here has talked a lot about the fact that we are having landfills that are filling up with blades that are from repowered wind generators. Wyoming also notes that the biggest consumer of electricity in one of our counties are the wind farms that are located there. And so we're really pushing understanding ESG and understanding the value of that kind of thinking to make it honest. And would love to participate with you in making that an honest discussion, not one that just appeals to, sort of those that like to check mark. I want to buy carbon credits so that I can fly to Europe, if you understand my meaning. And I know that you're a very respected and wonderful company. I think it's a terrific analysis, and I certainly don't oppose this by any means. I just want to take every opportunity I can to say, if we're really going to address climate change and keep it under 2 degrees, we've got to do something about carbon capture, and it can't be wishful thinking. If a 50-year horizon, you know that it's going to take 43 years, even if we go cold turkey today on carbon. So would love to have some response about how we can make that argument better, and your thoughts on it.
Let me, Governor, thank you and appreciate the point. At Macquarie, we've been talking about climate and science and doing things in as informed way as we possibly can, which is why, hopefully, as you and your team get to know us better, we talk a lot about this transition story, and because we have invested in so many different parts of the infrastructure chain, or the logistics chain, from ports to airports to roads to bridges, tunnels, data centers, et cetera. I think we have a very I won't say it's a unique insight, but a deep insight into the energy value chain as well, and what's necessary for the economy to run effectively. So this is not a new topic for us. This is not a fad topic for us. We've been talking about being part of this energy transition story for well over 10 years at this point. And would very much like to engage with you and your team as we go through these next 5, 10, 20, and as you say, even longer years, to make sure that we are using our resources, both financial, intellectual, and otherwise, to help along this journey. But appreciate the points that you made. I know, Lee, you've spent a fair amount of time sort of thinking about the carbon capture story in particular. So maybe you have something you'd like to add there.
Yeah, happy to. We think it's an interesting area. Is the short answer. It's something that we have looked at and will continue to look at. I mentioned earlier, one of the specialist areas we have is technology and innovation, and that team amongst some of the investment professionals have been looking in this area, not only within our asset management business. One of the benefits of Macquarie is some of the deep expertise we've got in our other areas, some of the divisions that David mentioned earlier. We've been looking at that, the technology as it evolves, and it will continue to evolve, improve, and the economics should continue to improve, both in terms of the practical application of that technology, and then the potential commercial opportunity that technology might present in the years ahead. Within our own portfolio, one of our businesses in the US, for example, CLECO, it's an electricity utility in Louisiana. It's been exploring carbon capture technology. In the UK, Macquarie as an institution has made an investment into a UK business that's one of the leaders in developing new carbon reduction technologies. So we're quite optimistic about the direction of that type of technology, and we'd be delighted to engage further with you and your team on that. Obviously, outside the technology side, you also have nature-based solutions, which are quite rightly getting attention. One of the parts of our team focuses on natural assets and agriculture, and it's something that has on their radar as well, which is quite interesting. So we would be very happy, delighted actually to engage with you and your team further on that, and share our experiences as we go.
I really appreciate that, and again, I just want to sort of point out that being able to invest in existing coal facilities with new carbon capture represents some real opportunity. We know carbon capture works. I've heard people that say it don't, but we have a company here that makes explosives that already does carbon capture. We've already seen carbon capture at play for a couple of decades in North Dakota. So clearly that technology can be improved. And the faster that we try to retire coal plants, the less of an opportunity we have to really address in probably the most practical and cheapest way carbon capture and sequestration. So really just want to recommend that to you. I know that's somewhat out of the normal realm of what is popularly viewed as a headlong rush into renewables. And I also mentioned the ability for storage to be, kind of reviewed and thought about. Currently, as you know, lithium requires some 500,000 pounds of material to be moved just to make a 1,000-pound Tesla battery. Clearly those kinds of calculations don't add up to the world where people think we'll just put windmills up and life will be happy. So thank you. Sorry to be on my little soapbox here, but I love Hyde Park and everybody that stands there and lectures. So forgive me, members of the board.
Governor, if you ever do head to Speaker's Corner, if you could give us a heads up, we'd love to come hear you there.
Thanks.
No, Mr. Chairman, you're 100% right as far as direct carbon capture. There's chemical processes out there that are relatively simple. And
do you have your microphone on, Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah, you're 100% right as far as direct carbon capture. There's a fairly simple chemical reactions that will take it right out of the air and scrub it. And it's been around for decades, in different applications. So I think we need to take a look at that. And I think that's a great opportunity for your company. You could probably get, if you really capitalized on that, you could probably get $10 billion worth of green bonds overnight. So there's a huge responsibility and an opportunity. And you guys have I think one of the reasons why I was really intrigued with what the shop here in our office brought forward with your company is your capacity in so many different areas that even though you're going to see some challenges in this investment that we have, you're set up to address those challenges because you've probably seen them all before in the last 53 years. And so we're really excited from my perspective to have the opportunity to work with a company that can make so much difference in the future. Wyoming's been, I think, pretty proactive in this. I think even in the 90s, we had some carbon capture legislation well before it was. I think there was that old song in the States. It's like I was a cowboy before cowboys were cool. I think we were probably environmentalists from the standpoint before environmentalists were cool in many aspects in our just the way we live our lives in Wyoming. So it's a pleasure to offer your firm as a consideration. It's a pleasure to work with you. So I guess, Mr. Chairman, that was my soapbox.
Well, very good. Are there further questions? Hearing none, Mr. Treasurer, I would entertain a motion.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that the board approve the material term. Oh, hold it. I'm clear back in material terms. I'm jumping ahead of here. Let me get to the right tab. I can. I want to do this exactly right, Mr. Chairman, so I don't miss it. So I'm going to read from the script. Here we go. Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board select McGuire Global. Macquarie. I keep saying McGuire. I don't know why, guys. Macquarie Global Infrastructure SCSP as a state private infrastructure investment manager conditioned upon the approval of material terms and successful contract negotiations.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. The motion's been made. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the auditor. Is there any further discussion? I note the superintendent has rejoined. Madam Superintendent, we were reviewing, and maybe you've rejoined since recently, but maybe you heard most of the discussion on Macquarie. The motion is on Macquarie, which is the Infrastructure Investment Fund.
Thank you,
Any
Mr.
questions?
Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I did hear most of the discussion as well as received a briefing beforehand. So I am prepared to vote.
Very good. Thank you. With that, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That
Aye.
motion carries. Thank you. Thanks very much. Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the next matter up before us is the material terms on Macquarie Global Infrastructure Fund. And I would turn that over to General Counsel Lisa Jordy-Spillman to give us a brief overview and proceed from there.
Thank you, Ms. Jordy-Spillman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lisa Jordy-Spillman, General Counsel with State Treasurer's Office. We have briefed the board in advance. Would the board like me to go through each material term, or are there any particular questions I can address?
Ms. Jordy-Spillman, would you mind sharing, just so that those on screen, I don't think you have to go through it unless there's some reason for the board. I think you've heard from all of us. Are there any questions from the board specifically to matters on the material terms? Noting that they are posted, that you've done great work, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend the board approve the material terms of the state's investment in the fund, Macquarie Global Infrastructure Fund, SCSP.
So that motion's been made. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the secretary. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Congratulations to Macquarie. Thank you very much for being a partner. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, and your team for really excellent work. With that, Mr. Treasurer, I'll let you have the floor for final comments on this matter.
Mr. Chairman, I think I hit a lot of the comments. We're really excited about the partnership that we're going to have with one of the world's foremost infrastructure teams. I was kind of excited to see that you have a lot of different areas that you work in that necessarily weren't part of our discussion, and look forward to knowing more about those and opportunities that may present themselves in the future in those different areas. And with that, I'd say that hats off to the team again. They do a great job on due diligence and getting all this stuff together, and they did it in record time. A lot of balls were in the air, and these guys perform their circuits acts. It's the greatest show on earth from time to time with this group. So hats off to them, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. With that, thank you. I think there's one more matter, which I believe.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All for your time and your kind comments, and we too are excited about the partnership. I think we have a lot to learn from you too, and look forward to seeing you more Zooming, or more importantly in Cheyenne one day. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks. Look forward to seeing you at Sheridan, WYO. So.
All right.
We have D5, and that's a consultant report review of investment performance. So Josh, you're the consultant. Let's see what you got for us.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I'll go ahead and pull up my screen here, although I believe you have this as well. And I'll be relatively brief here. I know it's been a long agenda already with more to go. I just have a relatively brief update for you on investment performance through August 31st. And just here you see the allocation of the assets across the various funds. In total, just over 25 billion at the end of August. And you can see in the blue and the green, the different permanent, longer term permanent funds, both total return and income focused. And then rounding out the rest of the wheel here, various reserve funds that you also oversee across workers' compensation, Pool A, the LISRA, and state agency pool. Performance has been very strong. I'll go to the next page here. Looking at the total fund, we've covered a lot of this recently when we discussed the June 30th numbers, and July and August have also been positive. I would note, although we don't have these numbers quite ready for you yet, we did start to see some market volatility in September, and both across stocks and bonds, we saw some pullbacks. And so some of this positive gain from the first couple of quarters has likely diminished or largely gone away in the month of September. But on a calendar year-to-date basis there, you can see that relative to the benchmark, which is really designed to, at the total fund level, give you a sense for whether or not your underlying strategies and managers are outperforming. Net of fees, again here, all of these numbers are net of fees. You do have some nice positive alpha that the team there in the Treasurer's office has generated of about 40 basis points calendar year to date, and roughly 0.5% over the past 12 months. When we presented the June numbers, we gave you a little bit of a scorecard here on which asset classes you were outperforming in and underperforming in. And you can almost always expect that you'll be outperforming in some and underperforming in others. But ideally over time, patient investors can expect to outperform. In the fiscal year that ended June 30, we did note there were a couple of categories where you had seen a little bit of performance difficulty, and really kind of both related to the same theme of some of the lower quality companies outperforming, particularly in small cap. And so the two sectors affected by that, U.S. small cap equities and your hedge fund portfolio. This is a short period of time, but really happy to tell you that your patience so far, at least here recently, has been rewarded. And you're starting to actually see, as we would expect, as some of those trends have reversed a little bit, you're starting to see some nice outperformance in your small cap and in your hedge fund portfolios. Just moving on real quickly at a high level to just a couple comments here on the performance of the underlying funds. Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, calendar year to date now 10%. And you know, this 70-30 reference portfolio, we've talked about this, and it's really in statute, it represents a maximum risk portfolio that you can, you have additional risk constraints in the investment policy that you set as the Slib board. But the statutes define this 70-30 as you're really sort of a maximum risk threshold. And you have significantly less volatility in your returns than the 70-30 has. But really nice to see for the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund calendar year to date. And also over the past year, you're really with less risk right up against the returns, roughly 10% and 19% on a 12-month basis against that 70-30 portfolio. And what that tells you is that on a Sharpe ratio basis, which we show you here across time, the Sharpe ratio or risk-adjusted returns of your portfolios against that 70-30, which is bolded in purple, particularly for the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, you over here on the right-hand side, you can see that is now, once again, well above the 70-30 portfolio. So as you would expect, you're seeing that. The Common School Permanent Land Fund, which has more of an income focus to its asset allocation, has had lower returns. And that's just a direct cost of having to a higher guaranteed spending policy alongside the way that across the Constitution and statutes, you have a very specific definition of income. I know that the legislature is looking at this through House Bill 121, I believe, or I don't recall exactly if that was House or Senate, but 121 is looking at this issue specifically. And if you could remove that constraint from the income focused funds, we think that would be a positive, and can look forward to continuing to support this board as best we can, and in that, and in the very good work that's being done here on the investments. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Great to see you, and I'll stop there and answer any questions that I can.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it. Any questions for Mr. Keevan? Josh, I have one. Noting that Chair or Minority Leader McConnell backed off his recalcitrance on this infrastructure bill, found a compromise because of worries for the market. How tenuous do you see the market at this point?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. Unfortunately, it's a difficult one to accurately answer. But I would say that it's there. I think there's a fair amount about the current market structure that should give us some concern. Value. We've arrived at this point of very easy. Really through the past 3 recessions, the response has been lots of easy money policy. Now increasingly more fiscal policy to go with that. That's led us to a point where it's hard to see future returns because asset prices are high, income levels are low. It's exactly why the move into things like infrastructure make a lot of sense from our perspective. And I think what's really hard to get right is the timing. What does the path look like? But as we look out over the long term, we have very modest expectations for most asset classes, and that makes your job as allocators of pools of capital like this very challenging. And we worry about a little bit the mindset that's developed in markets that it's don't worry about take as much risk as you want. Don't worry about it. If we get into trouble, the Fed will be there to save us. And it's the kind of thing that I think works until it doesn't. And when it doesn't work, I think that can be potentially very ugly. So we have some concerns about that, Mr. Chairman. But like I said, getting the timing and the path of that right is very difficult. And trying to time that can lead to very dangerous results in investment portfolios. Because we've had some of those concerns, quite frankly, for a while now. And trying to time relative to those would have been obviously very damaging to returns. So I think there is you're right to if you share those concerns, if I can interpret that from your question, I would say we share them, but I wish I could tell you exactly with more precision how that plays out over the next 12, 24, and 36 months, because I think that's really the hard thing to do.
Thank you. And I'd have the same question for Patrick, because I, when anybody starts saying this time is different and you have Jay Powell saying this time is different, that bothers me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, as Josh mentioned, as we all know, this is a time that you typically would see associated volatility moving in the market when the Fed starts to withdraw liquidity. So as we all know, they've been buying 120 billion of securities every month. When they start to do the taper and potentially hike rates, that is the typical time when you start to see problems. What's interesting in this cycle is we've seen two fairly large significant blowups. One would be Archegos, which is a family office, and then also Evergrande, which would be a Chinese property developer. And those have happened in times of extreme liquidity. So we're not seeing instances of hiking of rates or what have you, and yet there's significant problems happening. And so our concern is what happens when you do see the Fed withdraw liquidity, how many other skeletons will be in the closet. So there seems to be a disconnect right now where the Fed feels that inflation is transitory, and yet we all know from the food that we eat, UK natural gas prices that went up from $40 to $55 in one day, and then to close at 36, and now we're down to 25. These are the things that we would associate with issues during these periods. So over the next 6 to 12 months, I am fearful that we will see more of these high-profile, volatile instances. And as you all know, it is something that we have spent a lot of time on and hopefully prepared the portfolio for. We have positioned most of our managers that are very defensive. We have taken reduced funds out of some of the fixed income markets that are very expensive with negative rates, in the minus 80 basis points and so forth. So we've done the positions that we've been able to do, and hopefully, if we do see these volatile times, we will be able to outperform the indices that you've set forth for us.
Thank you. I wanted to have that discussion before we got the spending policy, number one. And number two, I want to actually congratulate your office, Mr. Treasurer, because I know the asset allocation that you're doing is prudent, thoughtful, and obviously has resulted in great returns. But for those online, we hope those return, but markets go up and markets go down. So.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, I think the market will inevitably go down sometime. Yeah, and you've heard things of a 40% chance of a 20% drop in the next 12 to 18 months. Yeah, that might happen. It might not happen. The question I have is when will the helicopter money stop, and then how much helicopter money does it actually take to support the economy? Because that's essentially what we're living on, because we really don't have the earnings that we really need to support this rate of growth. At some point in time, we'll be back down to a 1.5% GDP without this government interference. As long as everybody in the world does the same thing, it'll probably last for quite some time. But then you'll have a world depression, I think we got the roaring 20s, 100 years later. So that's, I think, exactly where we're at. It's kind of interesting. You have a pandemic in the first part of the last century. We got a pandemic here. The 20s were great back then. The 20s are great right now. There'll be a time, though, that we'll lose money, but we've set it up so we'll lose a lot less than anybody else will, because we've really picked the managers, to perform at a high level at a lower risk. And so now we've got a couple, 3 years of implementation. I'm not even sure if we'll need an asset allocation meeting next year. We've got a lot of work to do. We'll have that discussion, I think, at some point in time about, you know, have we got enough balls in the air? Can we just go ahead and get that work put together? But it's yeah, it's anybody's guess, but I don't know. I guess if I'd say, you know, let's look at 2028, 100 years later, history repeats itself.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Josh. So, Mr. Treasurer, I think you, if I remember correctly, the statutes require that the SLIB pass on your recommendations on spending policies. I note, if I remember correctly, that we may not have all of the specific information from, and I think, Josh, this is a question, but from specific information from private equity, we have some laggards there. And I just, not laggards in the sense of performance, but laggards in the sense of being able to report, because they are always a quarter behind. But so, Mr. Treasurer, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and to address that quarter behind thing, there is a process where you can actually get everything to where it wouldn't be a quarter behind. It's an accounting process. At this point in time, I think we've got our plates full. We want to make sure that we get our accounting system implemented before we move into that. Maybe address it a couple of years down the road when things have settled up, and see whether or not I know they did it up in Alaska. We had an IFC presentation by Russell Reed because I think they had done it in Alaska. The staff did not like it because it was really, really time consuming, but it does make some of the reporting a little bit easier after it is, because it basically accounts for the lag. But that's just addressing that quarter lag. We do make a recommendation that there's no specific modifications to the current spending policies, but a side note on it, or the end note, is that we should be given to some constitutionally defining the spending policies. And that's in regard to some of the things that we've seen in other states, New Mexico, I think Utah, but New Mexico for sure, where there is a constitutional cap. And there's some parameters in Utah as far as the escalation that can occur, or different things that can occur. So I think we need to really look at that. There's a lot of things that in discussions of reserve accounts, and in that area of 121, which is the definition of income. Myself, constitutionally, I envision something that allows income to be defined anything over the cost basis of the asset, but perhaps gives both a percentage of the spending policy of an average, but also a percentage that is a maximum that could be spent of that differential between the cost and market value. So you don't spend everything in 1 year just because it says you need a 5% spending policy. If that's all that's left, then you never go by it. It ensures that you keep the corpus inviolate at the same time of, I guess, giving flexibility to provide for income in areas, and a lot more flexibility in accounting, and a lot more flexibility to the investment side of it. So I think there's some things that we need to look at, but I'd like to get that in the Constitution because well, sometimes the other branches of government can be meddlesome, and they make decisions that throw us into a situation where we're forced to make decisions that we don't want to. It's kind of like forcing us to consider realizing capital gains and reducing our overall corpus, when necessarily that's not the right thing to do. So those are the things that I want to try to make sure that as we move forward, we give it a great deal of thought. I think Josh would agree that 121 is the most important thing in front of the legislature this year, as far as we've got to get that thing nailed down. So I think that's going to take a lot of thought. I'd like to encourage you guys to think about it, and I think we need to be proactive on this as a Slib board and help the legislature in their deliberations. So that's another one of my soapboxes, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for being a little long-winded.
No worries.
Yeah, but if you're ready for a motion, I'm ready to give you one.
Yes, if there's no questions.
Yeah,
Hearing
Mr.
none.
Chairman, recommend that the board accept the treasurer's recommendations that there be no specific modifications to the current spending policies, but consideration should be given to the Constitution, to a constitutionally defined spending policy.
Thank you. Is there support for that motion?
Mr. Chairman, I guess I do have a question before I might second that motion.
Okay.
So that sounds different than the written recommendation that we have, I guess is my question.
I tried to say what it was.
Would you like to restate the motion?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess I can read it and not to elaborate on the pronouns here. The state treasurer requests that the board accept his recommendation that there be no specific modification to the current spending policies, but consideration should be given to the Constitution, to constitutionally defining spending policies.
So, Mr. Treasurer, I'm wondering if it makes sense to break those. Do you want to, is that, Madam Auditor, a thought that you have?
Mr. Chairman, not necessarily.
The
Sure.
specific statutory requirement for us is just to make a recommendation on spending policies. And I think beyond that, the treasurer's good requests about constitutionality is another item.
Right, with Mr. Chairman. So yes, I guess maybe separately is what I would prefer.
Okay, well, that's fine, Mr. Chairman. Third time's the charm on part of it there. So, Mr. Chairman, I would have one motion that the state treasurer requests the board accept his recommendation that there be no specific modifications to the current spending policies.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there a second?
Second, Mr.
It's been
Chairman.
seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Mr. Treasurer, your second motion.
Well, my second motion would be that the state treasurer's request that the board put forth a consideration that the request that the board let's see.
Would we request from the legislature, or that we request that the legislature give consideration to constitutionally defining spending policies? Or
Yeah, I think that's fine, Mr. Chairman, that this state treasurer requests that the board request the legislature give consideration to constitutionally defining spending policies.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the secretary. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I'll be an aye as well.
That motion carries unanimous.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Director, the secretary had a request on management of the agenda at this point. I want to recognize him.
Oh, I just thought maybe it would be more efficient if we continue with, let me make sure there's like MRG we have left. and I guess we've got border deposits. And so I just thought maybe we ought to crunch through these, get them done before we get back on the business council. If that's okay with you.
Mr. Chairman, I do recall that you said that your time is limited today. You have other matters this afternoon to attend to. There is one agenda item on the State Board of Land Commissioners agenda that we believe the whole board should consider. So what I would propose is maybe we pivot away from the State Loan and Investment Board agenda, convene as the Board of Land Commissioners to address item H1. That would be our proposal, and then we can certainly come back and crunch through the rest of the Slib agenda and do business council or whatever the secretary, however he'd like to handle the rest of it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that suggestion. What are the, Madam Superintendent, I want to be just sort of hear from you if you have any particular preference, and then I'll ask the treasurer and the auditor as well.
No particular preference, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Treasurer?
That's fine with me either way, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor?
No opinion.
I have a question. Does Mr. Crapser still have to wait till the end?
Mr. Crapser is going moose hunting tomorrow. So we should carry this. We should beat my record. So, Mr. Secretary, does the director's recommendation make sense to you?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that'll be the order of the agenda at this point then. With all due respect and appreciation of the folks on the business council. Thank you very much. So we'll take up, which matter is it?
Mr. Chairman, it's H1. And
H1.
I'm happy to sort of set the table here on that matter.
Okay.
H1 on the Board of Land Commissioners agenda is consideration of the State Trust Land Exchange in Sheridan County, also known as the Columbus Peak Exchange. This matter was tabled at the August 5th, 2021 State Board of Land Commissioner meeting. You may recall Columbus Peak Ranch has proposed to exchange certain real property located in Sheridan County for state trust land, also located in Sheridan County, in a value for value exchange. The proposed exchange contemplates disposal of 560 acres of state trust land for 628.35 acres of private land. This exchange represents an opportunity for the Board of Land Commissioners to increase future revenue generating potential while also optimizing public access and management. I remind the board that in 1997, the legislature declared that trust land should remain a substantial component of the trust portfolio, managed under a total asset management policy and with a focus on protecting the corpus for multiple generations. Subsequently, the board adopted criteria for evaluation of land exchanges, sales, acquisitions, and long-term leases. Collectively, we call them the trust land management objectives. A proposal need not meet all objectives, but all objectives are considered by the board, which has the sole discretion in determining how to best manage state trust lands. The board has previously assigned a priority order to these objectives, and they are as follow. To better meet the beneficiary's short and or long-term needs, improve the manageability of land assets, to better meet the multiple use objectives for the benefit of the trust, and lastly, to meet a specific school and or community need. Generally, the board does not exchange land just to exchange land. Rather, the board must find that the proposed exchange meets at least one of the trust land management objectives. As I mentioned, this matter was first introduced at the August 5th, 2021 State Board of Land Commissioner meeting. At that meeting, concerns were raised about potential impacts the exchange may have to hunting and fishing opportunities on the state trust lands. Superintendent Balo asked whether the exchange applicant and the community opposed to the exchange would consider working together to see if they could find common ground related to the perceived impacts of the exchange to hunting and fishing. The superintendent also suggested that the board not vote on the exchange at the August 5th meeting and instead wait to see if any progress could be made. The board thereafter tabled the matter. Since that matter was tabled, OSLI has received notice from the Columbus Peak Exchange applicant indicating that unfortunately he believes that progress has not been made, and he's asked that the matter come back before the board at today's meeting for a final vote. Should the board wish to do so, it would need to, procedurally, it would first have to take it off the table. The tabled board matter is included in your board materials as H1, and Deputy Director Crowder is here to assist, as is Assistant Director Ms. Dyer. And Jason or Holly, did I miss anything? Okay.
So, Madam Director, just as a point of privilege, I think it's something you pointed out to me, that we have a liaison from the legislature, Representative Clark Stith. Clark, I just wanted to recognize that you're here and thank you for your participation. When we don't see your smiling face, we sometimes miss it, and so I apologize, Madam Director. But thanks for pointing that out to me. So, if this matter is, I'm sorry, if this matter is meant to be taken up, it would first require, if I understand correctly, that it be removed from the table. My sketchy remembrance, and I don't have my Roberts with me, is that is a motion made, seconded, and voted on immediately. And it's up or down. If it is removed from the table, it can be put back on the table if necessary, and considered. If the motion ultimately fails, then the matter remains tabled. Is that a correct assessment?
Mr. Chairman, that's my understanding. Yes, I was fumbling for my rules, but yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. Thank you. So with that in mind, is there a motion? Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move to take item H1 off of the table.
The auditor has moved to take item H1 off the table. That's Columbus Peak. Is there support? Is there support? Is there support? Hearing none, that motion fails and the matter remains on the table. Thank you, Madam Director. Thank you, Madam Auditor. Thank you, members of the board.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that took less time than I thought. We can certainly move back now to the Slib agenda and go through the MRG matters.
So, Madam Director, I'm going to just have a brief point of privilege again. That sort of summarily was dismissed, and I don't know if anyone wants to express a particular opinion. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Chairman, I think there might be a middle ground, and hopefully it's something that neither party will be too excited about. So that's why it's middle ground. So, but I'm glad that the matter's on the table, so we have a little bit more time to maybe come up with something.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Any other comments?
And Mr. Chairman, in the spirit, I think, of open communication with the board members, I'll share that with the board members before I share it with any of the parties.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, just as a point of clarification, particularly for the applicant, is this board looking for him to do something specific, or are you just looking for more time to take it off the table? I guess a little guidance here would be helpful, I think, to the applicant.
Thank you, Madam Director. Does anyone want to address that?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent, I'll recognize the Treasurer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to make sure that we're not discussing the matter directly or wading into any gray area, since we did not vote to untable it. So I'm looking for, I guess, some clarification from the Attorney General's office to kind of wade into this territory and give direction to Osley, and I'll just kind of start. And if I need to pause because I'm discussing something that is not untabled, it looks like Devin may be here to help us out. I just want to make sure that that we're okay to give direction or make comments about this agenda item since we didn't vote to untable it.
Good point, Madam Superintendent. I think with regard, I think what I hear the general attitude to be is give a little bit more time. Anybody object to that characterization? All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, back to the State Loan and Investment Board agenda. We are now to matter H1, which is to consider one application for Chapter 3 Emergency Mineral Royalty Grant for the city of Rawlins, Wyoming. The city is requesting $750,000 in emergency grant funding to address failing transmission and distribution lines within its water system. The proposed project would include excavation, inspection, and repair of pipeline leaks, evaluation of a cathodic protection system, design of repairs to the steel transmission pipeline, and possibly the corrosion control systems and the bypassing of 4 leaking blow-off structures. The city is concerned that any further loss of integrity in their pipelines may result in a situation where the city is without water, or at least restrictions on water usage may be required. We note that the $750,000 is equal to 49% of the total project costs and will be matched $25,000 from the city's water reserves, and a pending community development block grant in the amount of $750,000. Since submission of its application, the city has conducted some excavation activities and has some confidence that a catastrophic failure is not imminent. We note that the Wyoming Water Development Office reviewed the application and believes the project meets the definition of an emergency, but in its review letter, it fails to articulate the reasons for its conclusion. And the letter also notes that some of the project may have qualified for funding by the Water Development Office. The Department of Environmental Quality also reviewed the application and did not believe the project qualifies as an emergency, as the project has been on the intended use plan for the last 4 to 5 years and nothing has been started to date. DEQ concluded that the threat of imminent catastrophic failure is low based on the information supplied with the application. Staff has also reviewed the City of Rawlins application. While they believe it's a good project, the staff agrees with DEQ that it fails to meet the definition of an emergency as required by the program. So the funding of this application will not alleviate an emergency situation which poses a direct and immediate threat to health, safety, or welfare of the community. So the director's recommendation is that the board deny the City of Rawlins application for $750,000 in emergency MRG funding for this project. We have Beth Blackwell here to answer questions. And if I've missed something, be sure to chime in.
Ms. Blackwell, thank you very much. Good to see you here. What is do we have anybody from the community that would like to address the board? Mr. Bump?
Mr. Chairman, looks like we do have a couple hands up.
Okay. Want to respect that. So if you would indicate who might be wanting to address us. It looks like Terry, Commissioner Wycombe. Commissioner Wycombe, if you're there.
I'm sorry, it's Mayor Wycombe.
Oh, Mayor, sorry.
I used to be a commissioner, sorry, Chairman.
I live in the past.
Don't we all?
Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, Rawlins depends on the water supply from Sage Creek, Nugget Wells, and the North Platte River. The springs that supply the far most valuable water is delivered to Rawlins from these springs and artesian wells that are south of our town. They're very important because it takes no electricity or to pump that water here. It's all gravity fed. The water from the North Platte comes in at it's got a lot of turbulence in it, and it's very hard for us to process to use. So we rely very heavily on these springs. The springs are collected from a 24 spring box that are connected with wood pipelines that were installed in 1923. And these lines are failing at an increasing rate. The collected water is transported to Rawlins in a 35-year-old steel pipeline, which has several leaking portions. The original grant was for directing repairs to the steel pipeline. However, the excavation of the wood collection system and the steel line in late September has caused the city to reprioritize the projects. We believe that the collection system replacement needs to occur immediately before we cannot collect water. This last summer, we did have water restrictions due in part to the leaking of this collection system. Well, I realize that a lot of these lines have been there forever. A 100-year-old wooden pipeline is just about unexcusable. However, I have to tell you, I was elected in January, and that's when a lot of these problems came to light because we have all new people, new engineers, and new people looking at this, and it's alarming what has happened. You know, there's fault and there's responsibility. I don't know whose fault it is that we have 100-year-old wooden pipelines collecting our water, but it is our responsibility to fix it. If these pipelines would fail, Rawlins would be completely out of water, as that's our main source for water. The other thing I want to say is it isn't like we're just sitting here wanting the state to pay for everything. We have allocated $800 and some thousand out of our general fund to help work on the steel pipeline. And while it's not an emergency today, it could be one tomorrow morning. And the cheapest way, the most sensible way to address this is to fix these now. And I would take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are there questions from Mr. Mayor? I
Mr.
see
Chairman.
auditor reaching forward. Please go
Thanks.
ahead.
Thanks for being here, Mr. Mayor. Could you talk to me about your rates, how they compare to similar sized communities, and when's the last time they were raised?
You know, it's been a long time. Well, it hasn't been a long time. 2009 when it was addressed for the citywide. However, I will tell you, with the new, completely new government in Rawlins, Wyoming, we recognize we will have to raise our rates. There is no question about that is coming. However, I will also tell you that if we did raise our rates, it isn't going to fix these problems in time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Questions? Further questions? Mr. Stith, Representative, I apologize for not recognizing you sooner, but certainly it's nice to have you on board. I often would like to call on you, so be prepared. But do you have any questions?
Oh, Governor, thank you so very much. Appreciate the opportunity to attend and participate here today. Thank you very much. Appreciate the good work you guys are doing.
Thank you, Representative. If there are no further questions, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam.
I would move the director's recommendation.
The director's recommendation has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. I will note that the treasurer excused himself briefly.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next item is H2, which is to consider one application for Chapter 3 Emergency Mineral Royalty Grant for the City of Douglas. The City of Douglas is requesting $1 million in emergency grant funding to address a lift station and force main at the end of its useful life. The lift station and force main in need of replacement collects wastewater from the users west of the North Platte River and conveys the wastewater across the North Platte River into the city's wastewater treatment plant. The lift station was installed in the 1970s and is beginning to show wear and tear. The city's biggest concern is that the lift station building is settling. The lift station is becoming more maintenance intensive as time goes on. The existing force main is a 6-inch ductile iron pipe located under the North Platte River and is also approximately 50 years old. City is not aware of any cathodic protection system on the force main for controlling corrosion. The requested $1 million is equal to 50% of the total project costs and will be matched by $1,001,000 from the city. The Department of Environmental Quality reviewed the application and did not believe it to be an emergency situation. Staff believes the City of Douglas's project is a good project, but unfortunately it fails to meet the definition of an emergency as required by the program. So it's the director's recommendation that the board deny the City of Douglas's application for $1 million in emergency MRG funding to address the lift station and force main that appear to be close to the end of their useful life.
Thank you. Ms. Blackwell, any further color?
The only item I would add, Mr. Chairman, is this project is not on the current intended use plan. And that will open in January through February. It could be added to that plan and the city would be, or the town would be eligible for 25% principal forgiveness or a decreased interest rate if we don't have the principal forgiveness available.
Thank you. Ms. Blackwell, are there any questions for the staff from the board? Any questions? Hearing none. From representative, any question?
No, Mr. Governor.
Thank you, Representative. Do we have anyone wanting to address the board, Mr. Bump?
Mr. Chairman, it looks like we have one hand up. Terry Wycombe.
So Mayor Wycombe.
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
We can. Yes, thank you. Did you have a comment on item H2?
No, I'm sorry. I must not have lowered my hand. I apologize.
Oh, no worries. And thank you. And I was remiss in saying that we certainly appreciate all of these projects as being very important. Our trouble is marshaling very limited resources and making sure that we run the traps on the emergency and certainly understand. We would love to fund everything. And that, Mr. Representative, we would love you to convey back to the legislature. So if there are no, Mr. Bump, let me ask one more time if anybody's raised a hand on H2. If there is nothing on H2, then I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
I would move the director's recommendation with regard to matter H2.
The director's recommendation has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
I know I'm being repetitive, but I would just say again, since we have a good, an honorable member of JAC here, that I think we recognize we are not funding projects which will become emergencies eventually. And it's so frustrating because that's a very inefficient way to do business. And so the massive cut to the MRG funds, this is the sort of decisions we're making. So it's much more frustrating to the communities than it is to us. I understand that, but it is frustrating to us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there further discussion? Further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Madam Director.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that brings us to H3, which is to consider one application for Chapter 3 Emergency Mineral Royalty Grant for Platte County, Wyoming. Platte County is requesting $110,000 in emergency grant funding to help fund a replacement elevator for the county courthouse. Platte County is currently in the process of renovating the courthouse, and this renovation will move the circuit court to the basement where the court will have its own space. This part of the renovation will provide a reliable elevator. The current elevator is nearly 40 years old and is becoming unpredictable. Also, an exterior entrance to the elevator is planned, and they believe a larger elevator will permit medics to use a stretcher in the elevator in the event of a medical emergency. The grant request is specifically for the elevator itself. The total renovation project cost is nearly $4 million. However, due to increased material prices, the project is over budget. The requested $110,000 is equal to 74% of the total elevator replacement project cost and will be matched $37,690 from the county. The Wyoming State Construction Office has reviewed the project and they believe the project is a high priority, but not an emergency. OSLI staff has reviewed the project and believes that the Platte County project is a good project, but unfortunately fails to meet the definition of an emergency as required by the program. The director recommends the board deny Platte County's application for $110,000 in emergency MRG funding to purchase the new elevator for the county courthouse renovation project.
Thank you, Madam Director. Ms. Blackwell, any further comment? No further comment. Any questions for the staff? Hearing none. Representative, any questions?
No, Mr. Chairman.
No questions. Thank you, Representative. Is there anyone, Mr. Bump, who wishes to address the board?
Mr. Chairman, Malcolm Irvin.
I see that. Mr. Irvin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this opportunity. I know that there's strict guidelines in this program, and I think that a strict view of an emergency, if somebody were to have an elevator that had somebody trapped in it, that would be an emergency. And I wouldn't have time to apply for a grant, wait for a Slib meeting, get a new elevator in. And so I think with this one, I think it would warrant looking at a watered down definition of emergency. As Madam Auditor identified in the last request, I think this request has the best chance of becoming an emergency, a direct emergency, simply because it's become so unreliable. It's dropped a half floor with somebody inside of it. It's actually held somebody inside of it. And so we have a duty to the people here in Platte County to make sure that that's replaced before that can happen again. And in the meantime, not able to deliver ADA access to all 3 floors. So, Mr. Chairman, I would just ask that the board view this through a watered down lens of the term emergency and fund this so that we can make sure we have a reliable and safe elevator for the people of Platte County. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for addressing the board. Is there any question for Mr. Irvin? Any questions? Madam Auditor, I don't know if you want to restate what you just stated.
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks. Well, I thought you did it eloquently, and I think this is one of those very tough decisions. If there are no further questions, Mr. Bump, any further people wanting to address the board? Seeing none, what is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman. Oh, go ahead.
Treasurer has moved the director's recommendation. Is there a second? There's a second. All right. That motion is before us, moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next item is H4, which is to consider modifying the purpose of an awarded grant from Chapter 3 Mineral Royalty Grant to the North Bighorn Hospital District. At the January 21st, 2021 special state loan and investment board meeting, North Bighorn Hospital District was awarded $438,840 in MRG funding to help fund the air handling unit replacement in the surgical suite. The awarded funds did not include any special conditions, and the funds were not requested as part of an emergency MRG application. This was regular MRG funding. The district has requested to use the awarded funds for replacing the air handling unit in the surgical unit to now be used to remodel and expand the emergency room. Following the board meeting in January 2021, the district completed a new master plan, which changed the awarded project's priority from first to second. The change in part is due to the need to increase infection control measures as potentially positive COVID-19 patients are being treated. OSLI staff has reviewed the project, believes it's prudent and fiscally responsible to approve the district's request to use the awarded MRG funding to renovate and expand the emergency room instead of replacing the air handling unit in the surgical unit. Beth, anything else? Any other color? So it's the director's recommendation that the board approve the North Bighorn Hospital District's request to use the previously awarded MRG funds to renovate and expand the emergency room instead of replacing the air handling unit in the surgical unit.
Thank you, Madam Director. Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Any questions for staff? Representative, any questions?
No, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Do we have anyone who would like to address the board, Mr. Bump?
Mr. Chairman, Janet Kortnick.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kortnick. You have the floor.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This is actually Eric Connell. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at North Bighorn Hospital District. I've been here about a year now, and this facility planning engagement really set some priorities for us. As you know, with some of the provider relief funds that were available, we really needed to revisit the long-term need. So as we triaged the needs of healthcare in a rural community and looked at our emergency department, we thought about it in terms of maybe one of you passing through our community in need of some services. If you need an emergency department that can provide safe, effective care, we would prioritize that over the OR room, although we also think that that is an important element of our service. And so we're happy to answer any additional questions. The scope of the emergency department remodel and expansion is $3.6 million for clarity. So that $400,000 will contribute to that total amount. Of course, we continue to pursue USDA and federal funds related to the American Recovery Act. And in addition, the local hospital board is willing to fund this project to the extent with our debt capacity if need be. So it's really the top priority for the organization. So we appreciate the consideration.
Thank you very much for addressing the board. Any questions? And I'm sorry, I missed your name again.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can.
Eric Connell.
Connell.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Mr. Connell. Is there a question from the board? I do see the representative has a question. Mr. Steth, I'll recognize you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And slightly off topic, but wanted to ask Mr. Connell if he's got knowledge about it, about how their ambulance and EMS service is doing up in that district, and just briefly if the regionalization that I think they're doing, if that's working. So again, slightly different topic, but since he was in the room, I thought I'd ask about it.
Sure. Are you able to hear me?
I think the representative was asking how the regionalization was working on, I believe you're talking about EMS services.
Sure. If you can hear me now, happy to provide brief comment. That's something that continues to be a hot topic. Here locally, one of the things that we're looking at is how we can roll our EMS services and maximize those through using the cost report. So by having a non-volunteer staff that's at home waiting on call to provide services, by bringing those EMS services into the emergency department, allowing us to enhance patient care that way, and then also utilizing the cost report whereby those services we provide in the emergency department are reimbursable on through Medicare for that portion of our patient population. And we appreciate the collaboration with all of our neighbors. I think that also speaks to how we triage needs, right? The first priority of a rural community is going to be how do you have a strong EMS system, a strong emergency care system, and that involves collaboration. And so, we look forward to those continued discussions with all of our neighbors and figuring out how we can continue to provide that service to our friends and loved ones. I can tell you in the pandemic, we have certainly been hit hard having staff out due to the COVID-19 virus. We have people jumping on and helping with transportation, non-clinical staff that have been at the ready, but we need to continue to make sure that we support EMS moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cannell. Further follow-up on that, Representative? None? Okay.
No,
Any
thank
further
you, and I
questions?
appreciate the board's patience.
Thanks. Further questions? Hearing none. What is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation.
Been moved by the auditor for the director's recommendation, seconded by the treasurer. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, I believe Ms. Blackwell has the deadline for the next regular MRG meeting, which won't be until June of 2022, but those applications will be due before you know it. So Beth, if you could provide that, please.
Those applications will be due February 17th, which is the third Thursday in February.
Thank you. And Ms. Blackwell, just could you review? We normally had a couple of meetings a year, but because funding has been so diminished, we really have changed the schedule a bit. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. Our historical budget was $33.4 million for this program. Due to the loss of COLEAS bonus funds, as well as transfer of funds to the Wyoming Business Council, we started this year off with approximately $13 million to award.
So just to reiterate, 30 to 13, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Just I guess a point of information for all of these folks that just didn't get their emergency grants. What's the difference that, I mean, what do they have to do? Can they send the same paperwork in more or less? Or is there a speed process that we can go through so it's not cumbersome?
For them to apply for a regular MRG grant, they essentially could submit the same application if nothing changes between now and February. They could submit the same applications and request the same amount of money for the same things they requested today. They would just be competing against any other applications that would be applied, that would be submitted to be considered at that meeting. As you know, those applications are sent to review agencies and they're prioritized. And therefore, I can't predict where they would end up in the prioritization of projects. So their likelihood of being funded is unknown because we also don't know how much funding we'll have come June.
And I'm just curious about us doing it in June because a lot of projects, you know, would probably like to get started in March, April, you know, and I'm wondering if there was actually a better time to do those just because of the construction season.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, unfortunately, historically, the board held special meetings the third Thursday in June and the third Thursday in January to consider funding. And so we had 2 regular meetings every biennium or every calendar year to consider regular MRG funding.
Yeah.
However, due to the decrease in the funding that we received this biennium, it was staff's recommendation to the board at the February meeting to cancel the January 2022 meeting due to the lack of funding, as well as the June 2021 meeting because of that funding, to ensure that we had adequate funds to address any true emergencies that were to come our way through the whole biennium. That way we know through June, if we consider those regular MRG applications in June, we will have funded all emergencies through that last meeting in the biennium. Therefore, we can award those funds and they can go forward with their project. Unlike some funds, mineral royalty grant funds don't expire. So there would be available for them to proceed. If they started doing their design work, we could reimburse for that work that's been going on. So they don't have to wait to start design, but it's a risk that a community is willing to have to take.
So we gave up, you know, I guess, flexibility and in the construction season for reliability and the information in the emergency arena. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Truly, we did. I think all the emergencies that went this time would have been perfect regular MRG applications had we had a June meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that brings us to the K matters, which are the Board of Deposits, and I would yield to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Madam Director. Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me get back to K. Okay. We've got a couple there, Mr. Chairman, of banks wanting to one, change their status of their organization from a national to a state depository. And that is on K1, and that's the Commerce Bank and it wasn't a national bank, and now it's a branch of the Nebraska Land Bank. So it's the same institution, just a different charter. They've met all the requirements as far as moving to that other charter. It's allowable under our system. And so essentially it's just as a change in name, change of organization, but everything's appropriate, and I believe it's appropriate for us to move forward on this.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Just for my information, is this the Commerce Bank in Rollins by any chance?
Mr. Chairman, I guess I'd defer to Lisa. I don't recall whether it's the one in Rollins or the one in Douglas.
That's just, you can tell me later. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
Any questions? Hearing none. What's the pleasure of the board? Mr. Treasurer, you can make a
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that the State Treasurer's Office recommends, it's duplicative, I know, the Board of Approved Commerce Bank, a division of Nebraska Land Bank, as a state depository.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the Secretary. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Matter passes. Next item, board matter K2.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. Looking at this one. This is essentially recommending the list of state depositories. There was a change here, and that was a change with adding a new bank, JP Morgan Chase National. And I think that's where we accomplished this. It didn't have a separate page on it. So I'm gonna double check that, make sure that's true. Nope, we got a separate page. I've jumped ahead from it. We're supposed to be on K2. And that's that one there is the K2 action, and that's the designate JP Morgan Chase, the National Association within the state to be eligible as a state depository to receive any portion of public monies. If you've driven down Dell Range, that's where they're at, or they're where you used to get your work close. And so they're actually our custodial bank as far as the JP Morgan, the parent. And they've met all the obligations and necessary requirements to be a state approved depository.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Any question, any discussion? What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, the state treasurer recommends that the board approve JP Morgan Chase National Association to receive public funds on deposit effective October 7th, 2021.
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, here we get to the whole list of eligible banks, and that's with the changes of both the Commerce Bank and JP Morgan Chase. Those are the differences on that. And so that just approves the list. And so I guess that's all it does. The state treasurer recommends that the board accept the state treasurer's recommendation of the list of eligible depositories to receive public funds on deposit.
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? Any discussion? Mr. Treasurer, you want to make the motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Bouncing ahead too quick before I make the motion. The state treasurer recommends that the board accept the state treasurer's recommendation of the list of eligible depositories to receive public funds on deposit.
That motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you, Madam Director. And Mr. Treasurer, I think the last item is yours as well,
Yeah,
that
it's,
listing.
The information here, but I want to draw the committee's, the board's attention to page 2 of 2, where we go over to the over short, and particularly in a local bank. And there was just a timing situation on that where I believe it was the school foundation repaid a loan at the end of the business day, and the bank didn't have time to actually put the collateral in there, so it ended up with a short balance, for that time period overnight. And so we're gonna make sure that the state treasurer's office has the, we think we do, but I think this was just kind of a one-off situation, but I think we have the authority to require the, when the loans are paid off, that they're paid off in a manner that would allow for the collateralization. So we don't have anything hanging out over the night. And so this happened. We're going to try to make every attempt to make sure that we have the proper fail safes in place to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Thanks for the report and the explanation. Timing is certainly an issue.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Glad to get the money, but we need to have it so everybody can get their part done too.
very good. Madam Director, do we?
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the bulk of the business under the State Loan and Investment Board agenda, except for the Business Council. And I believe the Secretary had requested that the board go back to the Business Council matter at this point.
Very good. And I want to just say thank you very much to those on the Business Council and those waiting with bated breath. Appreciate your patience. Mr. Secretary, I turn the meeting over to you.
Thank you, Governor, Mr. Chairman. We will proceed with the matter that we temporarily suspended here in just a few moments. We take about, maybe 5 or 10 minutes for got a sandwich, come in and take a break so we can push through the afternoon. So about 10 minutes.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Go to the snack box.
And
I
do
just
you,
want to make sure people know I have a conflict.
and I'm going to call on the governor briefly to make a comment.
Just to reiterate that I'm fully withdrawn from this matter. Thank you.
All right. All right, where the only we have left on as the Slib is the Wyoming Business Council matter, which we suspended temporarily. We got through the testimony and public comment. And so at this time, to basically discuss this, I would entertain a motion and a second so that the board can discuss the matter and ultimately get to a vote.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move approval of the Business Council and Board recommendation that we approve a $3 million grant and a $3 million loan to the city of Torrington for the aforediscussed project.
All right, you've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And it has been seconded by the superintendent. And so now I would open it up for discussion amongst the board.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
I'll try to be brief, although sometimes I'm not. So the first thing, I think the legislative, discussion in all of these economic development processes has been to make sure that we didn't have, I guess, any winners or losers, and that competition was something that in between necessarily the same type of industry wasn't present. And although these are not exactly the same top to bottom, the primary difference is scale, cost of capital, and I guess the efficiencies that come with both those in two different organizations or businesses. So I think that there is, from my perspective, a finding that there is a substantial, although not completely I guess, unfair competitive advantage due to the state's capital. But I think that there's a possible outcome that is a win-win situation where the project can go forward, but on different conditions. And I'd like to explore that possibility with a process of looking at some different agreements that might be put forth between the two companies, and those in areas of it's something like maybe a business agreement. I don't know whether you call it a non-competition agreement or whether you just call it a business agreement. I think things like a most favored nation status, reciprocal between the two companies would be appropriate. And looking at other areas where there could be it's really kind of unclear to me whether or not the semi-load lots are going to be sold out of the retail store or whether they're going to be sold out of the mill. And that's something that I'd like to have some clarification on. But I think that if we could open some communication, and it may take a third party to to actually get into the process of the negotiations. And when I say a third party, that would be maybe even a professional arbitrator. 'Cause I'd like to see the project go forward, but not at the expense of another company in the same community, essentially being adversely impacted. And at this point in time, I can't see any way that wouldn't happen, especially if there's a limited number of experts that are in the milling industry, and you've definitely have some experts that are employed by Z&W, which they couldn't possibly, I think, match the salary or the potential of working for a larger company with the capital structure that you have in place, primarily because of the state. And I think this will be a successful venture. Unlike some of our large project loans and other things, I think this will be a very successful venture. I think there's plenty of margin in there, and there may be enough margin for this to proceed without the use of state funds. But it's just good business practices for the larger mill to look at the lowest cost of capital, and that's understandable. But it very well may occur at a slightly higher cost of capital, and I think it's still a doable project if that occurs. But I don't believe the state should be in the business of picking winners and losers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Anyone else want to add anything? Madam Auditor?
Mr. Chairman, just a technical, before Julie abandons us, I need to ask her help one more time if she's still on. I believe she said that a motion should perhaps include a contingency of review and approval of the investment agreement. And I did not add that to my motion. And I also cannot recall who seconded it. And
was the
so
superintendent.
it was
So
the
if you'd like
superintendent.
to-
So I would like to add that to my motion, and hopefully the good superintendent would agree.
And so to clarify, I think the addition to the motion would be that approval of the motion would also be subject to the private investment piece of this coming to fruition and being fully
Vetted by business council staff, I believe.
Julie, does that sound right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay. And the superintendent indicates her agreement with that and her second. So we're back in the discussion.
Thank you.
Uh,
And Mr. Chair.
Oh. The Attorney General's office is here.
Sorry, it's a new look that's being here on a business council matter. Mr. Chair, I did just want to make clear, as you guys are discussing sort of these options, the motion and the agreement between the Wyoming Business Council is with the city of Torrington. So the grant agreement is actually going to be between the Wyoming Business Council and the city of Torrington. So as you're talking about sort of this idea of parties and those sorts of things, just something to keep in mind, who we're contracting with and who we've got a grant agreement with is the city of Torrington.
Thank you. Any other, Mr. Treasurer?
Well, before the Attorney General leaves, you're sneaking behind the monitor. That being said, the recommendations of the Slib board then would be with the contract with the city of Torrington, and the question is what what I guess there wouldn't be any restrictions as into what we would say to the city of Torrington to get the money. We could put restrictions in the our contract with them, and they would have to pass them on to the other parties.
And Mr. Chair, Mr. Treasurer, yes, that's exactly right. So what would have to happen is that grant agreement between WBC and Torrington would have to have the provisions that you're looking for, that the WBC is looking for, to make that work.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that you weren't saying that we couldn't put some contract provisions in.
And Mr. Chair, Mr. Treasurer, no, that's not what I was saying. I was just making sure to point out the parties that would be involved from your perspective within that contractual arrangement or that grant agreement arrangement.
Okay, thank you.
And the amended motion is all good based on what you said.
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
I appreciate the treasurer's efforts to come to common ground and to potentially find a compromise. However, I have some pretty serious concerns with us getting down into different businesses within that community. And I don't know how to verbalize this well, but how would we ever compensate or contemplate future businesses that might be competition, or businesses that in other towns that are close, you know? Where would we ever draw the line as to where the competition happens or not? And so I feel like that is maybe getting pretty far outside of what we're designed to do, but that's just my opinion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Anyone else? I see your hand is raised, Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But this is such a tough one because you know, it's compelling with a unanimous nod from the Wyoming Business Council. Definitely, we all support growing our Wyoming economy, and we know that that has to happen at the community level, and to have the community, you know, the city, as well as unequivocal support from EWC, the University of Wyoming, and CSU is really compelling. I mean, the question that certainly the good treasurer raised and articulated much better than I'm about to is that, you know, at what point, like what's the tipping point when there's too much competition that it creates potentially fatal competition for an existing business or existing company, and what's the tipping point where state taxpayer dollars help fund that potentially fatal competition. And you know, in concept, you know, I have to say, if we looked at some other, and I know some other projects were brought up today, both our large business loans as well as some business council projects and so forth. And, you know, we talked about Weatherby, we talked about maybe Atlas Carbon, some of the large loans, but we have funded, you know, some projects that bring sourcing into the state where competition does exist. You know, I'm thinking about hops production and breweries and different things that we have known that a niche of their business that they're applying to expand with taxpayer dollars may give them a competitive edge, but we've never really, to my knowledge, been faced with sort of this fatal competition. Or if we have, it, you know, it hasn't it hasn't come to fruition at this point. So, Mr. Chairman, I guess I wanted to put that out there, but I'm also hearing that there's really not a fix for that. We want to induce economic growth. That's what this is designed to do. We do not want to induce fatal competition. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. I guess I'll make my comments now. I wanted to give everybody the opportunity first. And I think you're right. What I've heard so far is it's, at least from my experience on the board, and it's I think like this for most of us, except for maybe the superintendent and the governor who was served on the board as treasurer. But I've never had the case before me where we had to really try to decide if this was going to be something that could be fatal or so detrimental to an existing business in not just in the state, but in the same locality. And so I've really read through this a lot, and I had some questions or some comments that I thought perhaps might stir some discussion amongst the board to kind of figure out, is this a direction we should go? Is it a direction we shouldn't go? And in looking at it, clearly this is kind of a road we've gone down with economic development. And there's no doubt in my mind that, we do this, and we've made a policy decision to invest in economic development, invest in economic diversification. And so in every one of these, we know we have the statutory authority. And I think for the most part in all of these transactions, we know that we have the proper consideration. But I think where the real discussion lies is with the public purpose piece of this. For these things to be okay in a legal sense or pass constitutional muster, those are the three things you have to have. And I'm fairly certain we have two of the three. Where I get hung up is the public purpose. And I can tell you, economic development is such a broadly defined concept that you almost cannot get your arms around it, because you can consider almost any aspect of economic development as being a good thing. But that doesn't necessarily mean it meets the test of being a public purpose. And so I think you have to look at every one of these cases individually, and you have to look at what is called, and what I found in an attorney general's opinion, as the reality of the transaction. And there isn't a lot of case law on this in Wyoming. And so we have looked, I guess, outside the state, and in measuring whether or not there's a public purpose, they have laid out some factors that are helpful in that measurement. And I think we can look at this and apply some of the facts, and it still hasn't helped me tremendously, because you can make arguments on both sides of this. The way in which public benefits compare to the way in which the private parties may benefit. When we look at this, we look at it and you say, well, you've got tax revenue that could be good for the city of Torrington, that will be recycled and used for economic development. Is that a good public purpose? Maybe. Jobs. I think all of us try to create jobs in the state. But then I question, as the superintendent said, if we get too close to forcing out another business, and again, I don't know if that will happen. I'm very concerned that will happen. And you create 15 jobs, 10 jobs, but you lose 5, then your net, is 5 jobs, is 10 jobs an adequate public purpose to be served in saying that, yes, we're going to go forward with this. The comparison of private dollars involved in the project to the number of public dollars. That's about 50-50, it seems to me, on that. I talked a little bit about tax revenue. Most of it, they're in competition now on the retail side, so they both collect sales tax on non-feed items. And I'm not sure we got the answer, but I think, and maybe I think Julie answered my question. I'm trying to remember. I think we have a sales tax exemption on manufacturing equipment still. And so we're not really going to make any sales tax revenue off of the sale of the feed. We will realize some property tax revenues because even though the lot is city owned, because it won't be used for a public purpose anymore, it'll be for the feed mill, we will collect property tax, and that was estimated in there to be between $50,000 and $100,000 a year. So I have to ask myself, is that the public good? How far do you go in saying that any addition of jobs, any additional tax revenue is an adequate public purpose such that the scales are tipped in favor of a affirmative decision on this? And that's what I want help with, or I want to stimulate discussion on, because the concept was brought up this morning, of a Walmart or a Home Depot. And funny enough, one of the cases out of Oklahoma was just that. A city wanted to bring in the Walmart. And in that case, they ultimately decided they would do that. And the public good was deemed and upheld by the court to say it brought in $600,000 of sales tax revenue a year. It blew all the projections away. And so that's a public good. But at what cost? And my concern here is the cost will be another existing business. I realize in our discussion, there are certain niche markets that the new feed mill will meet that are not met. And it would be wonderful to have a new mill in Wyoming. But from what I heard was that the rest of the feedstock, they're going to be competing directly for the rest of that business. And do we want to use tax dollars for a manufacturing facility that will then compete with currently the only other manufacturing facility in the same town? And so that's what I need help with. That's what I want discussion on, because I don't know if that's a good enough public purpose or not to justify voting for this. And I think we need to have to decide, normally these things don't come in front of us like this, or at least I haven't seen one where we really had to weigh and decide what effect our actions would have on an existing business. And that concerns me greatly. In fact, it scares me for all kinds of reasons. The most obvious public purpose, and again, this is from a case, you had a local private university that was going to go bankrupt, basically, and the local community bought its land and decided it would lease back the land to the university. And the public purpose was very global in that it benefited every child in the community. It benefited a lot of adults in the community more globally, because now they would still have access to higher education in their local community. And it provided hundreds of jobs, this private university. And to me, that's a global public purpose. And I want us to ask ourselves, what is the public purpose in these projects where we do have some competition? It's not as global. We're measuring it with more tax revenue. We're measuring it with a few more jobs. And I just want the discussion to be, is that adequate of a public purpose to justify an affirmative vote when we know that there is a danger, and I don't think any of us can predict for sure, but there is a danger that we could put somebody out of business. And I guess I apologize for going on for a while about this, but to me, for me, this is not just because I'm from Goshen County, but for me, this would concern me if this was in any county in the state of Wyoming. And I honestly don't know how I would feel if 3 or 4 or 5 years from now, the existing business is out of business because of an action that we took, which has all the greatest goals in the world of economic development. If the action we took put somebody out of business, I really would hate to face that day and have to say, gosh, what did I do? And I'm not saying that's going to happen. I just know from the testimony this morning that it seems like to me a large percentage of the products produced are already being produced there. Now, if we said we're gonna put this mill in place and the only thing it's gonna produce are these things that are not produced now, that are produced out of state, and there's such a huge market for it, it's not going to compete at all with this existing mill. It can make the feedlot supplement, it can make the mineral supplement, it can make the medicated feed. I would feel, I probably wouldn't be asking you to help me out with this decision because I think it would be clear that we could have a win-win situation. But it just concerns me that the public purpose in this is so pinpointed by saying we get some extra tax revenue, we get some extra jobs, and when it's paid back, the city of Torrington, it's a great public purpose, I suppose, to have $2.25 million for them to use on future economic development projects. And I fully acknowledge that that is in the court's eyes and in a lot of people's eyes, because economic development is such a broad topic and so broadly defined, that can be a public purpose. But is that enough of a public purpose to bet on whether or not we put somebody out of business? And it's tough because the Millers are great people. Zimmer and the Victorins are great people. And if this was a pure competitive marketplace with no artificial inputs, then, that's the way it goes if you go out of business. And I think it is like the treasurer said, I think it's a great project. It sounds wonderful, but at the cost of what? And that's my biggest concern. And that's what I have agonized over the last week or so, because it really concerns me, because I think our decision can have some pretty serious ramifications that we may or may not be aware of. And I would just stop by saying the money that the city of Torrington gets for economic development, that can be a great thing. But then you have to think about that and say, where'd that money come from? That was already government money. It just got recycled, which is fine, produces jobs. It gets recycled, and when it's paid back, it goes to the city of Torrington to do economic development. But it's still government money that ends up in the hands of a government entity to do good things, I'm sure. But I just need help with kind of these elements in saying, is what we're doing really a public purpose? And does that public purpose outweigh the risks? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you. And, I appreciate your comments. You asked to kind of induce discussion. So I guess just a couple of other things that I'd like to add. Throughout just studying this, looking at the deliberations of the Business Council, hearing from all of the stakeholders in this group, there are lots of predictions and sort of points of conjecture about what the future will look like. Will it or won't it put another business out of business? Will or won't we need to rely on more local sourcing that isn't available now? Will it increase our local sourcing? Are there educational opportunities support, that have been identified by higher education institutions? What will the out-of-state sales look like? And to me, this business has the ability to be a bit of an anchor tenant in this market for this reason, but we don't know. And so the gamble that we take for, using your term, sort of public purpose or public funds, is really around exploring, like, what does this expansion look like? And as you noted, that could come at a public expense. The magnitude of what of this project is pretty immense. If we were talking about 25 or 20% of the project, I feel like that may have changed the conversation that we're having. If we were talking about expansion that the business or the city of Torrington already had in place prior to this project coming forward, then, so in other words, if the timing was different and the cart was in a different place than the horse was, or where it should be, that's a terrible metaphor to use right now, but I guess what I'm saying is that the timing feels a little bit wonky. Too many things are moving forward at once, and using 50% public funding, we really do have so many unknowns for what this looks like for some of the private businesses. And so again, Mr. Chairman, just in response to your ask for additional discussion from board members, I just offer that.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Madam Auditor.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Cow and wagon is what you were looking for, Superintendent, not horse and cart. Cow and wagon. So I'll try to say this concisely or eloquently, and I'm sure neither will happen. So we're getting to the point in our economies and our lifestyles that there's so much globalization of everything. And now this is not to make light of any of the very real conversations about local competition, but the concept of competition, I mean, we are, when all of these come before us, you are competing with your line of business in other states, in other communities. Everything is a click away. Now, I say that I understand that a semi-load of type B medicated feeds is not necessarily a click away, except that it kind of is. So I go back to the point of where we draw the line. And I also wonder, we have a lot of history behind us in these projects, and hindsight's 2020. But I think we can all individually point to some kind of big successes and a few sort of epic fails, right? And we all know what those are, and we all know the ones that have been really successful. And to me, the ones that have been successful are the ones that there was already presence of that market or or line of business in the community or the state, if that makes sense. So in my mind, this actually creates a lot of synergy with the county and with the community. And like the superintendent said, really could become a hub and really highlights what Goshen County is so good at. When I do think about some of the projects that maybe epic fail wasn't a good way to describe it, but gosh, I'm from Fremont County. I'll use the mushroom farm as an example. And I loved the mushroom farm. I went there, I bought mushrooms. There sure wasn't any other mushroom farms in Fremont County to compete with. And as far as I know, there wasn't any other mushroom farms in Wyoming to compete with. And so what I'm trying to say is when we get, there was a good reason for that. When we only say and your conversation, Secretary, about economic development in general is very, very well taken. But I feel like the direction from the legislature is extremely clear that BRC money, I mean, this is where they put all the money, right? This is where they want the money. If we only limited ourselves to projects which did not foster any competition within our borders, we would not get any money out, or we would potentially just be doing mushroom farms. And Mr. Chairman, one more thing, I do really, something that is really important to me was the support from all of the institutions of higher ed. And multiple letters from people saying we have to get everything out of state. So I'm not sure we're competing as, we're all sort of talking about this a little bit like there's absolute competition, but I think that has been far from defined. And I'm really trying to put my thumb on what that is, and I have not been able to. And the gentleman who testified from Westco to me was a perfect example, a direct competitor in the feed store business. He would be a customer. He has never been a customer of the competition. And so said another way, my impression is there is enough need to go around.
And thank you for the discussion. I appreciate it, because that's what I'm looking for. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, thank you. I think the competition was fairly well designed. Defined from a statement from the Millers that necessarily said you wouldn't build a feed store unless you were going to do everything. There wasn't any reason to build a feed store unless you did everything. I'm paraphrasing it, but that's essentially what it is. You build a feed plant to essentially put out everything that you feel is economically viable within that plant. It's like any other manufacturing facility. You're going to build everything that you think has an economic viability. The only thing that they left out was cow cake. That's the only product that they didn't necessarily feel that they had an economic viability in a new facility. Everything else was there. And so I think the competition is complete as far as everything that the one existing mill does, the big mill would do. My really question on this is a lot of it is, what is a wholesale, what's retail, what if the Westco folks that are buying the bagged feed, is that coming out of the retail store as on a wholesale price, or whether that's coming out of the plant on a wholesale price? I applaud the business council for looking at that area as far as the pricing. That's more or less a uniform price. But I'm not sure about the other parts of it as far as the semi-load lots, whether there's a wholesale price or retail price on that, or whether there's any wholesale customers in that regard. But I think there's an opportunity here to have the smaller mill focus on their efficiencies and their capacities in areas, and perhaps actually gain a good product at a lower cost of production, if they essentially would have a most favored nation clause as far as the procurement of that production from the larger mill. But I think there's some things in there that if you have no, I guess, roadmap, or you don't know the size of the playing field, more or less, the smaller business is always going to be at a competitive disadvantage unless there's an emphasis on looking at part of the public purpose of that $6 million is to retain the existing businesses within the community. I think that's part of the public purpose. Yeah, and I think that was really discussed thoroughly in the legislative process, that they recognize the value of keeping the public, the existing businesses. That was definitely a considered public purpose, as well as the other public purpose was in increasing the general economic development within the community, within the state. I certainly think that we can have both. And I think that this process has to look at it from that perspective. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. It's difficult. It is. It's not easy. And I know that I'll go home tonight, no matter which way I vote and which way it turns out, I'll agonize over this for several days either way. So it doesn't really matter, I guess.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think we're all going to be doing that, but I'd like to say that this is part of the process, that it continues on to from here, no matter how it goes, because I think we have conflicting public purposes, and I think it's our job to make sure that we recognize those, and not just on at one point in time of an incident, but basically that's I think what our duties are, is that we look at both circumstances all the time.
Anyone else? Yeah, I was kind of looked at our efforts in economic development and diversification as I think I struggled with it early on, because just the fact of how far do you go to artificially, stimulate the economy, and how limited would it be so that it would always remain palatable. And again, I guess I've never seen, for us anyway, since I've been on here, to where there was something so real and tangible as far as a risk goes to an existing business. I agree with the auditor. I mean, I don't think you can ever have a decision that is, if you solely based it on competition, I suppose we would never make a decision. On the other hand, I don't know that I've ever, maybe I'm wrong, but have we ever had one of these where where we've had to talk about competition within the same town and the same exact, other than producing different products, the same exact business. And so I think that's what kind of makes it difficult, because before you could say, well, we're gonna do this and we're gonna bring in this new business into a town that's well suited. It's not going to be in competition. So we're going to really diversify our economy. This seems like it can be economic development. I don't know if it is diversification if you talk about adding value to agribusiness. But it's like we had the Heartland Biocomposites, which was, okay, well, that takes a product and you add value to it and you sell, plastic fencing that's made out of straw. It doesn't compete with anybody because nobody else is making a fence product. But I took the straw that the farmers produced from their wheat crop and we added value to it. That's diversification. This seems to be a little bit of, we're adding a few products, and that's diversification kind of, but it's because of the products, not the industry. And so anyway, I've pretty much said out all I can say about it.
Mr. Chairman, I'm assuming nobody knows this off top hand, but I'm curious what the tonnage produced by Z&W Mill is annually.
I would say it is significantly less than 65,000 tons a year. That's a lot. It's not that the bottom number is, it's probably small, but 65,000 tons is a lot. I'm thinking and we could ask, but I'd say a rough guesstimate would be you'd have many trucks, 5 to 10 trucks going out of their semis every single day. Well, 5 days a week anyway.
Gotcha.
But I don't know what Z&W produces.
And Mr. Chairman, the reason I ask is just that the testimony was that 90% of everything coming out of the new potential mill would be new products. But I don't know what that other 10% means.
Okay. All right. Any more comments on the motion before the board? All right. Do I hear a call for the question?
I'll call for the question, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Question having been called. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
And I'm a no as well. So that's 1 to 3, 1 aye, 3 no's. Thank you. Okay. Do you want to take back over?
Well, I will have to leave here in about 10 minutes, but I did. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, members of the board, for a robust discussion. And thank you especially for, these are the ones that are very difficult, I think, at times for the Business Council. And I think we always take into consideration the Business Council's deliberations and thoughtfulness and consistency. Sometimes is the hobgoblins of little minds. I think sometimes about our discussions with GID, that was what was crossing my mind, where natural circumstances are natural circumstances, and yet, federal funds, government funds can apply. But a very good discussion nonetheless, and I really do want to compliment the Business Council, to the Millers and to E&W. Thank you for your patience for discussion, and just know that we do want to see Goshen County flourish. We want to be competitive with our neighbors as well. So with that, opinion on my part. Madam Chair, I think that brings us to the conclusion of the State Loan and Investment Board matters.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman, which brings us back to the State Board of Land Commissioners agenda.
Okay, I will adjourn the Board of Loan, the State Loan and Investment Board, and reconvene, noting that we have all board members here for the Board of Land Commissioners. I would like it. I don't know if we can get through it relatively quickly, but if we can begin, we want to make sure that we have a little bit of discussion on, is it matter H1?
I1.
I1.
Mr. Chairman, we just have a couple quick administrative cleanup,
Sure.
and then that's the next item on the agenda. So first, we need approval of the August 5th, 2021 State Board of Land Commissioners meeting minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the August 5th, 2021 Board of Land Commissioner meeting minutes.
So that motion is made. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the secretary, made by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, we've provided the board with the usual reports behind tab D. We don't have anything further to add, but we would stand for any questions the board might have at this time.
Are there any questions from the board? Hearing none.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we've provided the materials for this meeting to the board in advance and have briefed each board member individually prior to the meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list if the board would so desire.
Please.
We propose C1, D1 through D15, E1 through E4, F1 through F8, G1 and G2, I2 through I5.
Madam Chair, I didn't write fast enough, so I will. Oh, okay, great. Thank you. I knew it was in my file here, but so you've proposed a list of C1, D1 through D15, E1 through E4, F1 through F8, G1 through G and G2, I2 through I5. Is there support for that as a consent list?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the aforementioned items as a consent list.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. It's been seconded by the secretary. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. I would now entertain a motion to accept the director's recommendations on items C1, D1 through D15, E1 through E4, F1 through F8, G1 and G2, I2 through I5, which are matters on the consent list.
So moved.
It's been moved by the auditor. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded, I'll recognize the treasurer. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Matters carried.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that brings us to matter I1, which is to consider the results of the Trail Creek Forest Health Project Forest Products Auction. I do have State Forester Bill Crapser here and company on down the line.
Thank you, Treasurer. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, at your August 5th meeting, you approved the Trail Creek Forest Health Forest Products sale to move forward. Subsequent to that meeting, we accepted proposals. RY Timber from Livingston, Montana was a successful bidder. There is a typo in your board matter. The stumpage they bid was $18,750, not $9,375. And doing the road package, it's in there. Last Friday, a neighboring landowner, Trail Creek Partners, sent us a letter voicing some concerns on the project. At the briefings we had with all of you earlier in the week, we highlighted what their concerns were and where we were on them. I do believe there are some representatives from Trail Creek that would like to make some public comments.
Thank you, Forrester. Is there questions for Mr. Crapser from the board? Hearing none. Representative, I just want to make sure if you have questions that we recognize you, so feel free to speak up if you need to. If there are none, Mr. Bump, do we have anybody online?
Mr. Chairman, David Hill.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Hill, we will give you the floor.
Mr. Chairman, this is Colin Simpson, not David Hill. David Hill is here in my office and he may have registered as well as I did, but thank you for allowing us to comment today. I do represent Trail Creek Partners. They have been the owner of the Trail Creek Ranch since 1986, which is, if you're in Cody and you're looking across the river to the north to the sea on the hill and Red Butte, and you're looking right up Trail Creek, which when you see the map here, this is near the head of Trail Creek, and you see County Road 7 UH coming in at the top of the map. That's the Monument Hill Road that comes off of the Belfry Highway about 3 or 4 miles north of town, and then it goes west up on to the top of Monument Hill and really the head of Trail Creek. The yellow lines here are the proposed 7.1, roughly 7.1 acres of new roads that would go in. You can see that the existing trail are the black lines. So this is a substantial impact to the head of Trail Creek, and I understand the forest management and fire management objectives. I do believe that there's an opportunity here for the landowner and the forestry division to have some continuing discussions. And what we would ask today is that your board either table the matter or deny it. Tabling would allow us to have some additional conversations with the department about how possibly to restructure some of these roads. That where it says under the words Trail Creek at the top of the map, that thing that's the yellow road that sticks out, and then down about in the middle of the map where it serpentines or switchbacks up the road, those two portions of the road are being requested so they can avoid access across Trail Creek. Trail Creek does not object to access. Not certain that the scope of the project is that agreeable, but Trail Creek is wanting to cooperate. And we have some issues with really what are procedural concerns. I sent yesterday an email to Mr. Bump and asked that it be forwarded to the board. I don't know if any of you received it, but that was an attempt to show that some of the communication that Trail Creek and I specifically have had with Keith Coulter of the State Forestry Division, and showing that Trail Creek had shown a willingness to discuss access across Trail Creek Ranch. I don't recall ever receiving any notice of the August 5th, 2021 hearing of this matter, or even that it was presented to this board. We met with Mr. Coulter August 23rd in Cody, and he told us that at that day that the matter had been presented and the bid had been received, I think, that day, and was probably going to be accepted. We didn't have an opportunity to comment on the first phase of that. And looking at the I think what was the board packet about Trail Creek Forest Health Project, low volume forest roads. It makes a fairly strong statement that Trail Creek Partners, Bodini, having a history of not allowing any access to federal or state lands that will require travel through that private property. We were not told of the scope of the project, that there would be 6 to 10 miles of road until that meeting on August 23rd. We have known that there is a desire to do for fire management, and we agree that that needs to occur. But this is really our first opportunity to comment, and I did that through my letter of October 1st, last Friday, identifying concerns we had. But that letter really didn't lay out any of these procedural concerns. Now that we see the vast scope of this project, we would like to sit down with the Forestry Division again and its representatives and see if we can minimize the impact of new roads at the head of Trail Creek, which we have a significant concern about impacts to water, some of the springs that are up there, and the impact on the road itself, because the Monument Hill Road in County 7 UH has experienced some significant slides recently and historically as well. But October 7th, yesterday, October 6th, I guess, was the first time I had seen the board packet or the management objectives or this map that's on the screen. And we just think that this project that has potentially really significant impact on Trail Creek Ranch, the head of Trail Creek, and water and wildlife resources deserves an opportunity for closer cooperation with the landowner to try and achieve an outcome that's agreeable to everyone. I'm sure that there, as you can see, there are phase 1, phase 2, units 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is the beginning of this project. And this is a pretty delicate area, and we would ask that the board give us an opportunity to negotiate further on the matter without just going ahead as planned. And Dave Schultz is a civil engineer with Sage Engineering in Cody, and I know he has some comments about his observation of this area and how he thinks that this type of project as proposed might impact that area. But thank you very much for entertaining my comments, and it's good to see all of you hard at work and tackling tough issues. You have a difficult job, and we thank you for your service to the state of Wyoming and its people. It's listening to you, I have many flashbacks to times past, and most of them are good. But we would ask that you give us an opportunity and table this matter so we can really have the opportunity to give full input rather than kind of being behind the ball and not feeling like the owner is really be taken seriously, other than saying they just won't allow access. Because if any of you owned this private ranch, you would want to have as much participation as possible, and we just don't think that's occurred in a reasonable manner. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Good to hear from you. And go ahead, Mr. Treasurer.
Colin, stay on. I got a question for Mr. Crasper. I always say that wrong. Bill. Okay, Bill. Yeah. When is the proposed I guess thinning of the forest or that planning on occurring? Is it going to be this fall, next spring? When is that going to occur?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, right now where we are in the season, I would guess that the contractor, the purchaser would do some preliminary work this fall, but the construction would probably be next spring because of the winter coming on.
Okay, all right. So next fall probably, or next spring.
Next
spring. Yeah. So I guess that gives us a little bit of time for you folks to maybe come to some, I guess, understanding in those areas. But Colin, I've got a question for you. That the switchbacks there is the trail ranch where it says private there, and you have that. It looks like a black line that's a continuation of a road. Is that correct?
Mr. Treasurer, yes, that is correct. Right there in the middle where it says private, that is an existing trail. It's kind of hard to call it a road unless you're on a four-wheeler, but that was it. And actually, the Trail Creek Partners is the lessee of this state parcel. These state parcels up here at the head of Trail Creek on Rattlesnake Mountain. And then up at the top again, where it says private, where the black trail goes on to private, I believe that the maps I've seen, the attempt to avoid the private property results in a fair amount of new road building. And we'd like to think that that could be minimized or mitigated to a great degree.
Yeah, I don't know. Is there any opportunity for our forestry division to do thinning on the private ground?
You're asking me? Yes, there is. But really, this whole Rattlesnake Mountain area, it includes private, state, BLM. And as you can see on the legend at the bottom left there, those are all included. So I know that the BLM has expressed desire to do some of this work. There are, you can see the yellow lines, how they come down to a road at the bottom. We certainly understand the argument that some of the only ways to get this lumber out is to go to the bottom. But we had at one time discussed a potential for even coming out the Trail Creek Road that would go from, say, the center of the map down to the right to about 4 o'clock. That's the general orientation of Trail Creek itself, and runs out towards the Newton Lakes area and the headquarters of the ranch.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I guess I'm looking at it and understanding the timeline here. I'm not sure how much flexibility we can have in our motion. I'm inclined to go ahead with the motion, but to allow for the negotiations with Trail Creek and even the BLM and look at this thing in the next few months as a maybe a phase 3, phase 4 type of a project also, but to try to address some of your concerns, but at the same time, look at a more comprehensive solution for that area that would benefit both the state and the private and the BLM. The switchbacks there, I'm not sure if that's necessary to get to the areas that need to be maintained, or whether that was solely for the, I guess, staying away from the private. I don't know, Bill, can you comment on that?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, from what my folks have told me, the roads, the existing trails are, as Mr. Simpson portrayed them, trails. They're not really roads.
Right.
And they're like a lot of old tie hack type trails pushed in with berms on the side. From what our forester up there has looked at, to have a road where you can actually have modern log trucks come out of, the route that he laid out was by far and away the best access to the rest of the property.
Even including all those switchbacks, I find that
Even
hard to
with the
believe.
switchbacks, just because of the terrain to get up there.
Yeah.
Some of the other trails that look like they're straight are way too steep for any type of operations with actual logging trucks.
Yeah. Yeah. Would you be opposed, Bill, to, provide, like, approving this, but conditionally with, if you can come to some accommodations between now and the harvest time, to address those if it's possible, if your office feels that that's, in everybody's best interest?
Mr. Treasurer, just to clarify, we have bid this sale. RY Lumber was the successful bidder. That's what we're asking approval of. Of course, as I told Mr. Simpson yesterday, even with approval of this, if surrounding private landowners have a better idea on how to do things, we're always open to talking and looking at that.
Okay, thank you.
Does anybody else have their hand raised, Ben?
Mr. Chairman, David Schultz.
Mr. Schultz. Good afternoon. Mr. Schultz, are you there? Anybody else?
You might be having microphone problems.
And it looks like, I don't know if that's David Hill or Colin Simpson again has their hand raised, right?
Thank you. I had wondered, did Mr. Schultz raise his hand?
He did on our screen, but he's
Having some technical issues.
something.
Let me check with him really quickly.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah, I guess this is for either Bill or the director. I mean, if, I think Bill has said that, they're always willing to, look at better ideas, but would our motion to approve
Hey,
this
Colin.
have to?
I don't
say
know
that
what's
it could
going
be
on.
Modified
They can't
as.
hear me,
as
and
director,
I've
so,
muted,
uh,
unmuted. I don't know what.
Dave. Mr. Treasurer, in my view, the motion would be the director's recommendation. In the past, we've had, I think on a lot of our different projects in all the divisions, after we've been moving forward with something, come up with a way to modify it, and that,
So
but that
we
would be
don't
it.
necessarily, this doesn't restrict you from being accommodative.
Not in my opinion. We can still work with everybody to make sure we have the best results of any project.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Just, Madam Superintendent.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And it sounds like Mr. Simpson might be on a phone call, working on getting the other caller. But I wondered if sort of this verbal commitment or just commitment to continue working together is adequate. And that question is for Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Simpson, please address the chair.
Oh,
Kidding,
excuse
kidding.
me, Mr. Chairman.
Just our old judiciary days. I couldn't resist.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Superintendent, are you asking, is it enough for Trail Creek Partners for that? Or we would prefer that the matter be tabled and then come back for a second reading approval. That would be our preference.
Thank you for the answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Crapser, so just to clarify, this proposed 7 miles, that's all on
It looks like I'm
on state, and then below the green line is BLM. Is that, am I?
Private, and then the yellow is BLM at the bottom.
Oh, clear down there. Okay, gotcha. So the roads are all on state land then, or?
Correct, Mr. Chairman. The way the project is designed, the roads are all on state trust land.
Okay, I'm gonna hang up, see what you can do.
Okay.
Anybody else? Did Mr. Schultz, we could sort of hear you talking to Mr. Simpson, so maybe you were muted.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Now we got you.
Okay, great. I'm sorry about that. Anyway, my name is Dave Schultz. I'm with State Civil here, Cody. And recently I was asked by Trail Creek Partners to take a look at this proposal and give them some thoughts. As Colin mentioned, I too did not see some of the documents, like some of the road building specifications or the map, until last night. I had a number of questions to ask, but I do believe a lot of those would be answered if we had the plans that were used for bidding to look at. But overall, when we were up there looking around, and I've traveled that trail and looked around at other things, and it does appear as if the roads that need to be constructed it's going to be very challenging and create a lot of disturbance. And so I guess maybe I can speak not only what my thoughts that I've given to Trail Creek Partners, but also as just a citizen, that the roads up there, without the plans in hand, it's my questions would be, how exactly are these roads going to be constructed? Have they been designed and designed with survey information? You know, one of the questions that one of you had was about the switchbacks, and those are exactly as I think Mr. Kratzer had mentioned, is you have to go and build switchbacks in order to maintain a longitudinal grade that a truck can handle. But they also have to take into consideration how trucks can maneuver around corners and things like that. So I'm not sure if the yellow lines are just kind of a sketch, or if they are. From what I've read so far, I do believe there are plans out there that are probably comprehensive. I would suspect they would, in order to provide enough information for somebody like our White Timber to provide you a bid. But overall, with the amount of disturbance, as mentioned in one of the documents, the majority of the area is quote unquote unroaded. I also read in there that the roads that they plan to construct are going to be unsurfaced, but I also saw some other language that made it sound like maybe they were going to be surfaced. The geology up there in that part of the world is very, very greatly. You can have all kinds of different formations, including some of it that we've seen slides occurring, and then other areas where it's just slick and bentonite. Not sure what all they're going to encounter in constructing the roads as shown, but I do believe it is going to be a substantial amount of disturbance. One of the other questions I had, which of course, like I said, may be out there, but are how was it specified that erosion and control and best management practices to protect Trail Creek, what all is set up in that contract? The only thing I read about in the road specifications were that they were going to build roadside ditches and then ditch outs, what they were called. That's just a way of taking road water across a road, so to keep the flow rate down the ditch to the minimized or to the maximum amount that the ditch will actually handle. But there's going to be a lot of material moved around, a lot of opportunities for erosion, and as I mentioned, these are just some of the concerns that I had mentioned to them, and they very well might be answered by if we had some other documents to look at. Of course, Trail Creek is extremely important to Trail Creek Ranch for their business and then for wildlife, and it's also important to the citizens who are not Trail Creek Ranch because of obviously clean water is important to all of us. And with I have to admit that I don't have any experience with logging companies and how they build roads. The majority of my 30+ year career has been in transportation and road building, that sort of thing. But I would envision a logging contractor and how they build roads. Obviously, they have to build it, and they'll do it where they know that they can traverse it with their equipment and their trucks. But I also think it could very well be on the more crude side of things. I apologize if that's an unfair characterization of how they operate. I could be wrong there, but anyway, with the land that's there, those are the concerns that I've mentioned to Trail Creek, and I told them I would be happy to review plans and other things. Is my opinion isn't necessarily the holding more water than anybody else's, but I would appreciate as helping out Trail Creek Ranch and anybody else who's affected by the project. I'd appreciate the opportunity to look at what is planned for all of these things. Permanent reclamation of road, because I did read also that even though the road's going to be decommissioned, it's going to remain. Looks like creek crossings and things like that are going to be taken out to be put back in at some later date when the management is necessary in the future. But anyway, I do believe that Trail Creek Ranch just wants to be a good steward of their property and also this leased property, and it benefits all of us if we can keep Trail Creek and the other watersheds protected as much as possible.
Any questions for Mr. Schultz?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
Mr. Schultz, one of the things I read in the board matter was there was some concerns expressed about increased hunter access. Could you talk to me a little bit about that?
Oh, I can. Colin might be able to address that better, but my understanding is what was thought is that once the road is constructed, then there's going to be much more public coming in to that road and accessing that state property on a recreational or random basis. And I know that Trail Creek has had issues with the public crossing their property and getting off on their private property and doing damage. And, you know, the experience has been that happens. And I'm an outdoorsman myself, and I see it happening. And so it's a valid concern, but that might not be an issue. And correct me if I'm wrong, Colin, but that might not be an issue if the road is barricaded and decommissioned after this particular project until the next one that comes up, whenever that is, 20 or 30 years.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Any other questions from Mr. Schultz? So back to this again, and I already asked this, but all of this proposed road and the concerns about reclamation is on state land, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. And also on the road construction, we do have the diagrams of the road specs. We do follow our forestry best management practices on all water, anything that we do in the forest lands. So we are able to mitigate that. All the roads under the prospectus we sent out, all the roads also have to be built with excavator type construction, not to argue with Mr. Schultz or anything, but not on more crude methods. It's modern methods of road construction that'll be used for building all the roads.
Yeah, and as far as reclamation goes, how does that normally work? I mean, I could foresee it where you might leave the road. I don't know, like for future timber harvest or something like that. If it's a nice road, maybe the access is more valuable than the reclamation.
Mr. Chairman, from state trust land value standpoint, that's absolutely true. The reclamation that we would foresee doing would be pulling the creek crossings, making sure there was no water or watershed issues on any of those crossings, but leaving for the most part the road in place for administrative use only. The plan would be to gate the road at the county road, so it would not be a public access road into the future. But part of the project to increase forest health and to work on wildfire, from any landowner's perspective, it'd be really short-sighted to put roads in and then take them back out. And that would cause more disturbance.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Auditor.
And I get, that was just sort of the point of my question, a point made by the forester is any time we can support better access for hunters, I would be supportive of that.
All right. Anyone else? Is that a fresh hand up from Mr. Hill or Mr. Simpson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is
Go
Colin
ahead.
Simpson. Thank you. You know, the proposal is that those roads would be blocked off and be used for administrative purposes, which is really the intention of the roads. While hunter access may be a concern, a greater concern, I think, and one that leads the division to recommend closure of the roads is fire danger is increased by the more people that are in there burning fires. So there is access across the top. If you continue up on County Road 7 UH, up on the top of Pat O'Hara and along the Forest Products Road that is up there in a different area. But really, I think that the point of our objection at this time is the procedural issues, the fact that we haven't really had the opportunity to participate effectively, and that we believe we can minimize road building in a really sensitive area. And we would ask to have that opportunity, which really anyone should have, and especially a lessee of a significant and sizable portion of state land like this. So thank you again, board. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. It's good to hear from you. And so question on that. I mean, my obvious question is, I mean, we have processes in place that public notice that, I mean, I guess I would ask, well, how is it that someone doesn't have the opportunity to meaningfully comment on on such a project.
Mr. Chairman, from what my staff has told me and from email chains that I have seen, I think there's been significant conversations between Trail Creek and our folks up there. Even as far to the treasurer's point about thinning on private land, I know an offer was made to do a stewardship plan on the private property. So I feel that all of our processes have been followed on the timber sale.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
Our next meeting is December 2nd. Yeah,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I believe that's correct. Yes.
yeah. Mr. Chairman, I'm inclined to, pass this, but to basically have a direction for, the forester and Trail Creek to come up with any potential amendments and use of private land and any alternatives by December 2nd. And maybe it's an opportunity to actually get the I guess the private land part of it, the stewardship plan and those things done by December 2nd. I don't know, is there a possibility to have all of that done by December 2nd? And if it's some way those good ideas come forth from the private lands people before December 2nd, that would necessarily most of the work is going to be done well after December 2nd, won't it?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, as far as stewardship plans, that sort of thing, it is almost winter, snow is falling. The stewardship plans take extensive amount of field time and folks in the field.
Yeah.
That said, there could be lots of discussions by December 2nd, but I would point out and ask the director or the deputy director to hit me if I'm wrong, but the board matter is to approve the bid by RY Lumber. As I said, we're more than open to trying to modify things if it makes sense to modify things. If we told RY that the rules of the game had totally changed, I feel they'd fully be within their rights to say, well, then we're not interested in doing the project. And a project of this scope really, in that part of the world, RY is the only mill that is large enough and substantial enough to be able to handle this type of a project.
Anything else? Is that a new hand again? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Colin.
Go ahead.
For my third time, I don't understand how a lessee of a sizable portion of state land doesn't give notice, or isn't given notice of a proposal to the state land board of what you have before you today and what you approved on August 5th. I know that there are emails concerning correspondence, but there's no evidence that I've seen that we were ever given notice that this was being proposed to the board and that we would have an opportunity to participate. So here we are on the eve of the second meeting to approve it, asking it be tabled because of procedural concerns, and having an opportunity to have really valuable input. But the passing it and then hoping that we can resolve something is really a different matter. I think we're entitled to more due process than has been afforded to Trail Creek. And thank you again for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. All right, I think that. Board, or did you have another comment? Auditor?
Maybe a statement. I'm
Yes,
going to make a
please.
statement and then someone can correct me if it's wrong. We are not approving the plan. We are not approving the exact diagram on the screen. That would not make sense for us to do that. And as you said, that could change 12 times between when the board blesses a sale and it happens whenever we do this sort of thing. Is that all accurate?
Generally, auditor, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Board, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation with no stipulations, but with an encouragement that, as the forester always does, that division would continue to work with the landowner to find agreeable compromises. But again, recognizing that might not always happen.
All right, you've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any further discussion by the board? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. All right, the motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is I6, which is Mr. Crapser, the State Forester's Forestry and Fire Report.
Mr. Crapser, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I only have about an hour and a half report here to give, but as it's been mentioned several times during the day, I'm going moose hunting tomorrow, so I will shorten it up. The first thing I want to say is this week, October board meetings are always special to me because this week will mark 18 years that I've had the honor of serving as the state forester for the state of Wyoming and for the land board, and which always makes that special. Proud of what we've been able to do over the last 18 years, especially proud of the staff that I've got. We've got some incredibly good field people, incredibly good fire people. So far this year, we've had about approximately 900 fires in the state. Our human caused fires seem to have decreased a little bit from the percentage last year, but on the other hand, we've got fewer fires reported, so it could be a chicken and egg type of thing. We've had 15 emergency fire suppression account fires, committing about $4.5 million of state funds for those. The suppression account, we have about $6 million uncommitted dollars left in that account. State Forestry's facilitated and handled the billing for over 400 non-federal personnel fire assignments this year. You'll recall we were able to, with legislative action a couple years ago, we're able to, when county folks go out of state now, we're able to pay them and then we bill the federal agencies or the other states, which facilitates the counties getting paid quicker. It also, what we were hoping it would do, it did exactly. There's a lot more county guys that are willing to go out and be involved in the larger wildland fire community when they know they get paid in a fairly short period of time. Our state Helitack this year responded to 55 fires, which is actually the most fires they've ever responded to in one season. Again, our partnership with the U.S. Forest Service makes that program possible with the personnel that they supply. This was the second year of us having single engine air tankers. They flew 43 fires, and the BLM partnership, of course, is incredibly important with that. Probably the fire of the year that showcased both our seats and our Helitack was the Pine Haven fire up by Keyhole Reservoir. It was a fast moving, actually only a one afternoon fire, but they lost one house, and by all reports, if it hadn't been for the seats and the helicopter, they'd have lost a lot more houses. So those programs have been really, really good. With COVID and then the restructuring the Department of Corrections have done, our folks were able to pivot, and even though we had fewer inmates that were able to go out on fire, we were able to staff the engines that we had with those folks up there. The inmate crews responded to 12 fires this year, and our crew supervisors being able to staff engines responded to 30 fires this summer. Other than that, I've got several other pages here, Mr. Chairman, but suffice it to say that on the forestry side of things, between Good Neighbor Authority, state timber sales, helping private landowners, our folks have been really busy this year, even with the fire season we've had. And it's been an incredible year for the forestry division. And once again, I thank you for the support you all have given me over the last 18 years.
Well, thank you for that concise report, and please, well, first, thank you to you for all your hard work, and please pass along our sincere gratitude to all the staff of the forestry division for everything that they do. Another successful, if you can ever call it a successful fire season, but we appreciate your efforts, and thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
I just want to remark, every time that you start a sentence that it's been my 18th year, I just the next thing I think you're saying it's been my 20th year and in my last year. And I hope I never have to hear that last year. So, but it does scare me every time you begin this. This is October and it's my whatever year, and so thank you for not saying that it's not your last year, Bill. I appreciate that.
So we have a walk-in board matter?
Yes,
Is that what's
Mr.
up
Chairman,
next?
that's the last item on the agenda to consider a proposal to exchange state trust land in Converse and Campbell counties for deeded land in Laramie County. We are referring to this as the EOG exchange. I will yield to Deputy Director Crowder, who will present the matter to the board.
Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This application is brought to us from EOG Resources Incorporated. And as the director mentioned, it is an exchange of private land for state trust land. State trust land is where I'll start first. It is a total of 5,120 acres of state trust land in northern Converse County, southern Campbell County. Those are comprised of 8 isolated parcels. 1,920 acres of the 5,120 is legally accessible by anybody and the public. 3,200 acres are not accessible. The topography is typical dry land for that area. It's historically been used for grazing. However, it's transitioning into large-scale oil and gas development. The current revenue from those parcels in total from grazing on an annual basis is $7,149. From the ancillary oil and gas activities, the special use leases, the temporary use permits, that totals $44,850. And then we also get surface impact payments, not only from this special use leases, but also from the oil wells that are drilled in the area. Those total on an annual basis, $56,900. So currently our total annual revenue from all 8 parcels is just over $108,000 per year. EOG Resources is offering to exchange private land in Laramie County for those 8 isolated parcels in Campbell and Converse County. That total block consists of 5,365 acres. It is in one contiguous block, roughly 4 miles southeast of the city of Cheyenne. All 5,365 acres are accessible. It is also typical dry rangeland in topography, normal for eastern Laramie County. It's historically been used for grazing. As you can see on the map, there are current oil and gas development activities occurring, and it is close to residential development as well. The anticipated revenue, again, we haven't completed a detailed analysis of this transaction, but from a preliminary standpoint, the anticipated revenue from grazing is anywhere from $6,500 to $53,000 per year. Again, to remind the board's minimum rate is set by formula that the office uses to charge for grazing. That minimum formula brings us the $6,500. And again, it's an estimate on how many AUMs are available on the block. We also anticipate offering that ground should this exchange be approved ultimately through a competitive vacant land process. And that could garner up to the county's average of $23 per AUM, which could roughly bring in $53,000 from the grazing activities. There are two storage sites that EOG currently utilizes on the property. We would expect that they put those under a special use lease back to the board and estimate that revenue to be $24,000 on an annual basis. And then EOG has also offered a 10-year or up to 10-year, what we're kind of calling in quotations an override. And I'll get to that in just a minute, the details of that, but roughly that would equate to $300,000 per year. So our anticipated revenue from the deeded land is anywhere from $330,000 to $377,000 for the first 10 years. We also expect the appreciation of this block to increase at a higher rate than those parcels in Campbell and Converse County, as the zoning per Laramie County is designated as Ag Metro, which means the county expects or would like to see anywhere from 2 to 5 acre home sites on the property. So the net effect, should the transaction take place and it move forward as we expect it to, we expect a positive 240 acres into the state's corpus. Currently, the board is realizing a $3,308. I'm going to start this all over again. 3,300 acres below its designated baseline as far as ownership. So this is an attempt to get back to the baseline, a zero baseline. It would increase publicly accessible acres by 3,445 acres. It would increase annual revenue from $221,000 up to $268,000 per year. And again, the appreciation rates of land under ownership is expected to increase. As I described, EOG is offering a couple things that are a little bit outside the norm for a normal state land transaction. These are found within the resolution to approve an agreement to initiate the exchange, and I'll run through those real quickly, Mr. Chairman. The first requirement within the resolution would be that the state, through a cash equalization payment, if necessary, does not provide any of that type of payment to EOG. The second is the $300,000 that I spoke of earlier. We would require that a reversionary clause be placed on the patent, that if EOG does not pay $300,000 to the board annually for a period of 10 years, or until such time as EOG has drilled 10 wells on the lands disposed of, the state trust lands disposed of, or those lands are not pooled with other lands having 10 new wells drilled after the closing date, then those lands would revert back to the state. So it's essentially a $300,000 a year payment up to 10 years unless EOG drills 10 new wells on those parcels as a revenue source back to the state. We would expect unrestricted legal access to the deeded land in Laramie County for the board, its agents, its assigns, and any invitees in perpetuity. And that the board requires EOG to acquire a special use lease for those storage sites on the existing or on the deeded land in Laramie County. And of course, the normal provisions of providing merchantable title to the properties, and that the agreement to initiate the exchange is acceptable by the director and the Attorney General's office. Mr. Chairman, that is a real quick summary of the exchanges. We have it for you today. Again, this is just a preliminary look at it. What we are asking for today is initial approval for the office to move forward with the analysis and the appraisal processes. We are still needing to do the public processes, which means holding a public hearing in both counties, as well as allowing 60 days for the public to comment on this transaction. We're just simply asking for approval to move forward with that analysis.
Thank you very much, Jason. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, real quick. The land that we're getting over here by Cheyenne, it's got continued oil exploration on it. I think that's the case, right?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, that is correct. There are active oil wells currently pumping out there. Yes.
Any new wells, and who gets that's the previous landowners that gets all of that. We don't get any minerals on that, right?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, that's correct. We don't hold the royalty or the mineral rights underneath this particular parcel. There is continued drilling activities in the area. These are very large pads, expecting numerous wells per pad to be drilled. It is important to note that on the map on the screen, you'll notice some state land to the north of this parcel. These wells being drilled go for the 2-mile laterals as well. So the wells are puncturing our minerals from these pads to where we have a royalty benefit, but not directly underneath the land that we would acquire.
Yeah. So that makes it really kind of difficult, I guess, to look at doing any type of residential or any other type of industrial development, because you've got, you can't stop somebody drilling an oil well outside of your house when you build it.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, that does create a hurdle. You're correct. The county has processes to handle that. Specifically, Laramie County has been very active in how adjacent residential development can occur with oil and gas drilling. The Oil and Gas Commission also has setback rules as far as how close wells can be drilled to those houses, existing houses. And it's important to note that's existing houses. And also, it's hard to tell from this map, but there are a lot of residential development occurring in and around these wells as they're being drilled currently.
Yeah, I guess I bring that up to the extent that it's worth a lot less for residential development perhaps than, say, a clean lot.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, we believe that to be true as well. However, the market isn't showing us that. We, as we were analyzing this to bring this to the board in executive session, we researched land values and what current properties are selling for with houses very close to these existing wells. And they are appreciating at a great rate right now.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Any hands raised? We're all good there?
Oh, yeah, we got public testimony, don't we? Or is there?
No, we're
public
good.
didn't know
There
about
aren't
this one?
any. So the treasurer has moved the director's recommendation. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'd second, but I think we need those 17 contingencies that Jason listed out. I can attempt to say them.
Yeah, they're all right. Summarized, I think. On
Are
page
they?
3.
Okay.
in the
So
resolution.
we don't need to add anything additional. Okay, great. I'll second then, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved and seconded by the auditor. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right. The resolution is adopted. Okay.
All right, Mr. Chairman, that's the end of the State Board of Land Commissioners agenda for today.
Oh, thank you.
We are.
That's pretty much everything. Motion and I treasurer seconded, I thought I heard. Yeah, okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Superintendent, do you want to vote in favor of adjournment or do you want to stay for a while? Thank you.